Yeah, look that, and so does he.
Leaves double 12. It is a dream leg for the American Leonard Gates.
Take a bow, Mike Warburton.
Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game. Glenn Durrant's first defeat of the night. It's a fantastic finish there from David Davies.
Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
On the fourth leg, David Evans.
Phenomenal.
Oh my
Game
goodness.
shot of the match, Jericho.
Good morning. The defending champion bowed out on Saturday night here at the Super Series, but week 5 could well see the new champion be crowned, because what a lineup we've got for you. We've got a man who's won 3 seniors TV titles, one of the most enigmatic players in Connor Scott. Andreas Harrison, the last man to hit a 9 darter here, plus some perennial finalists involved in the action as well. Mike Warburton's made it through to a championship. Jared Cole's come close to making it to a championship. So it's a real top week with a real top lineup of players, and you'd expect that would come with a top lineup of pundits. Well, unfortunately for us, the best that we've got is Glenn Durrant. Glenn, very warm welcome to you. Great to have you back here at the Super Series, and what a week we've got to enjoy.
I think it's the best week I've ever been involved with. We get the joy of getting the players a couple of days before, and I think the winner of this week then becomes a real big player for Champions Week as well. So super excited.
We'll touch upon this week a little bit more in just a second, but let's go back to Saturday night. And Neil Duff, who really is making a name for himself here at the Super Series, lost in a fair few finals to begin with, but now really is finding that winner's enclosure on a regular basis.
Yeah, he's just evolving as a player, is Neil Duff. Obviously the WDF ex-world champion. I saw a real heartache from him at the MODUS Super Series. He loves being here. There's that story where he lost in the final. Within an hour he was on the MODUS getting you back there. And he just finds ways of winning now. And yeah, it couldn't happen to a really nice guy. He loves this format, and yeah, like I say, Champions Week's the next thing for him.
Is he a better player now than when he won the Lakeside 2 years ago?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I go back to the old BDO days where you wanted someone like Neil Duff in the very early rounds. I remember drawing him at the Isle of Man. He's not the type of player that you want now, and is, like I say, just getting better and better. He's got that beautiful combination of playing in the seniors and the MODUS Super Series as well as some WDF tournaments. He's got it about right at the moment.
He's got the perfect mix, and we've got the perfect mix this week in terms of the lineup. We've got Leonard Gates, 3 times World Seniors TV champion, knocked out the champions at the first hurdle on Saturday. Mike Warburton's won a week before, and Andreas Harrison, who is becoming a little bit of a specialist when it's come to this competition. He's won the last 2 weeks that he's played. He's come close to winning a Champions Week before. Pound for pound, he's becoming one of the best players here now, isn't he?
He is. He's a terrific player, and like I said, I think I can pick 4 winners out them 6 players. I think it's going to be quite tough for Michael Bagoy and Max. But Mike Warburton, very, very similar to Neil Duff in a sense that he just loves being here. He just likes the format now. He plays better. He has that incredible throw, which we talk about throughout. Really looking forward to seeing Connor Scott play as well. Pick a winner.
Well, the bookies have been trying their best. This is what they've come up with in terms of a winner for this week. And they go Andreas Harrison. This is Group A's outright. They go Andreas Harrison. Is that on the basis of every time he comes in now, he's seemingly finding this formula of winning Group A before then winning the week? He's done it the last couple of occasions.
Yeah, like I said, I was surprised a little bit. I mean, Andreas is fabulous. Had that incredible match with Gary Anderson at the European Tour, which we can sort of use as a parallel as well. Connor Scott, quarter-finalist of the Players' Championship only last week. Leonard Gates, the fact he lost in his opening game at the seniors, he may have been shorter than 4-1 going into this. So, like I said, Mike Warburton's just sat there where he's got a decent start, Mike, as well. So, like I said, it's going to be tough to pick.
Just very quickly, we're going to see Connor Scott in our first game of the session against Leonard Gates. Where do you say his game's at right now?
I think he's in a great place, and I think, like I said, this is good to be back. I think it's the sort of mentality he's using. He wants to be a professional player, very hard working student of the game. Tough opener though.
It's going to be some game to kickstart our morning session. Connor Scott in action up against Leonard Gates to kickstart the morning session. So Gates in action against Scott, the 2-time World Championship participant, doing so in both codes as well. He said that his ambition for the year is to get back to either one of those World Championships. But the MODUS Super Series is also high up on his radar. And early on this morning, I had a chat with him. Connor, here we are again. Another stint for yourself at the Super Series. It's almost like you've never been away.
It is. It's starting to feel that way, that's for sure. Although I am very happy to be in Group A, so I've not done a Group A yet, so that should be fun.
Looking forward to that. It gives you the opportunity as well to really build into a week, doesn't it?
Exactly. I used to enjoy Group A's sort of back in the day because you've got a chance midweek to go back home, which is nice. Like if you've had a good week and you've played well and you can go home in between, it's an added bonus.
How have you found the difference between Southampton to here so far?
It's a lot more open here, so things look different. They're not different like height and length of the board and stuff like that, but they just look it because of the surroundings are very, very different. But I'm starting to settle.
In terms of yourself this year, it's almost like you're a tour card holder without having a tour card because you've had a lot of call-ups to the PDC Pro Tours and you've had a very good start to the Challenge Tour season. Yeah,
I mean, I think my Challenge Tour season could be a lot stronger. I've missed a lot of opportunities in games and things like that there's a few times I should have been making the sort of semis or latter stages of a lot of events and I've just dropped out before. But then other games, people are averaging 103, 104 against me and smashing me, which is, it doesn't happen normally on the Challenge Tour, but I seem to get the nice draws every time.
And you get a nice draw here this week. Nice easy group, isn't it? Just a three-time Seniors TV champion, Andreas Harrison.
Be surprised for drop a leg, to be fair, but no, I'm only joking. The Group A this week is absolute quality. It's absolutely quality. So it should be fun.
But you love that sort of challenge, don't you?
Yeah, you have to. That's what you play darts for. Like it wouldn't be any fun if it was easy. There'd be no point playing.
Anything Maverick that we should expect this week?
No, I haven't come up with anything new. Just the same old usual stuff. Nothing different. Well,
we look forward to watching that in action. Connor, wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, this place was packed to the rafters on Saturday night. You really couldn't buy a ticket. Well, you can buy your tickets for subsequent weeks. Dartshop.tv, the place to be if you want to be a part of the Super Series atmosphere here in Portsmouth. We are down on the South Coast, and what a week we have got to enjoy. And what a way to start. Two men who really have plied their trades to some degree over the past couple of years. Connor Scott has really built a reputation to become one of the most exciting players that we've got in this competition. He is as maverick as he is magnificent at times. A man who's played in both Codes World Championships. He's hoping to get back to one of them this year. As far as Leonard Gates is concerned, the 53-year-old from Houston, well, he had a bit of a problem on Saturday. He ran into a Richie Housen who was red hot. A 10-2 victory for the Owl as he won his first Seniors TV title. Gates is now only a two-time reigning Seniors TV champion. And it'll be interesting to see how Leonard recovers from that. Glenn Durrant joining myself here in the commentary box. How he recovers from losing that retention of his first TV title.
Yeah, that's a question I've sort of been asking myself also, because every time Leonard has come here, it's fresh from a seniors win. And like I said, I must admit, I was just eyeing up the players. They were all practicing together on the stage, and you know, I've been reading a lot of social media about the way Leonard conducts himself in his preparation of games, but he was joyous. They were all chatting with each other, and a decent start.
Well, it could have been a little bit worse, couldn't it?
134.
Well, last time Leonard was here, he did treat us to a 9-dart leg. He's not going to get it out of the way with leg one. In matter of fact,
two of the players who are
59.
in this Group A have hit 9 darters in this building. Andreas Harrison is the last man to do exactly that.
Yeah, it's littered with absolute quality, and
58.
it's interesting to hear Connor talk about the fact he's happy to be in a Group A. He's such a hard-working player, Henry. He's putting some incredible hours on the board to
162.
well, a 180 and a 162.
Left himself on a square ton after 9 and has made light work of the scut from the first leg. But he's going to have a riposte of his own. 140 leaves himself on a 2-darter himself. But Gates on for a potential 11-dart break in the first leg if he can pin tops.
60.
Chance for Scott, who has held his own in this leg.
Yeah, you never expect Leonard Gates to miss doubles because it's an incredible strength that he has. It could be the bullseye for Connor Scott. It is the bullseye.
59.
It could just be those
Leonard, you
small...
require 40. Game shot on the first
Just
leg.
creeps into that double
Leonard
10. Nice
Gates.
start there from Leonard Gates. I was surprised to see him at 4-1, Henry. I think each time he's been here, he's been a bit of a red-hot favourite going into the competition. A testament to the quality of this group here. But also a little bit about, you know, losing that first game at the seniors this weekend. But great opportunity. One thing about darts, you can quickly bounce back.
Well, it's fairly synonymous that the way the landscape's changed is Andreas Harrison's done so well here that he's made himself favourite, I think, more than maybe anybody else turning form. That's the way I see it from my personal perspective. We saw him last week on the Euro Tour, average 107, and Gary Anderson was just left betwixt and bewildered as to the magnificent Swedish beast that walked into him.
25.
Well, you've got that off your chest very early there, Henry. You were sitting high and handsome there.
I'm always handsome, Glenn, you know that. Well, at least that's what my mother says anyway.
$98.
Yeah, really nice start here from Leonard. But when I think of the MODUS Super Series and the way it's evolved, and yeah, just a quick mention to that crowd, by the way, on Saturday night, and like many fans, I was just sat watching, and I thought it was the best crowd, barring a Champions Night. It was tremendous.
It tested the soundproof glass, put it that way.
42.
Yeah, it really was. I actually stepped outside for a couple of games, and the atmosphere was incredible. Gates looking for a 2-0 lead. He really has got off to a quick start, averaging 107.5 in these opening exchanges. If he can pin double 16 like he can there, he can make light work of the first couple of legs. And Connor Scott, well, he said in his interview that he's been walking into big performances in excess of a ton. Well, he's walking into another one here. Gates 2 up.
Yeah, you've got to expect this from Leonard Gates as well. He's a terrific player. But the one thing that stood out for me is how relaxed he was this morning. Like I said, social media seems so prevalent in the game these days with everything what's happening right now. And, you know, I was reading an awful lot of the way he just puts his music in his ears and doesn't engage with people. And the first thing I noticed this morning is how chatty he shouted over, "Good morning, Glenn." And, you know, the last time I was here, I was expecting the dancing around personality, when in fact he goes deep in thought and part of his preparation, and that works for him.
But actually, if you watch Leonard at these big seniors televised tournaments, I think he gets the mix right. He has his fun on the walk-ons and things like that, but when it's game on, he gets down to business. And at the same time, this is his full-time job, his full-time occupation. Now, if we turned up at an office working the 9 to 5, we started dancing around the office in the middle of our work, I think we'd get a few suspect looks.
But I also think he's listened as well, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's a little bit more engaging. But whatever he's doing as part of his preparation today, it's certainly working.
The ball for a 3-0 lead. This is an incredible start from Leonard Gates. 3-0, 109 average. Gates is having a golden start.
Yeah, the averages are absolutely superb. Look at that, 109.98. Yes, there's only 3 legs being played, some of you may be saying.
41.
And that can absolutely destroy an average. But it is a big part of the It is a big part of the modern game. You know, I speak to an awful lot of players now, and
93.
you know, their basis, Henry, is also about what they're averaging. I'm pretty old school. I just want to see the win-lose ratio. So it's good to see that a score of 41 can decimate from 109 to 105. And interestingly enough, he's won more legs now than he has at the seniors at the weekend. But like I said, it's that transition this time. Every time he's come here, he's been on a real high and looked tired, dare I say. Well, I have to say, he looked pretty refreshed.
100.
But whatever's happening, he is playing superb.
But sometimes as well, losing a title like that, which meant so much to him,
78.
can almost give you that bee in the bonnet to go again. And you know what it's like because you've won big titles and had to retain it. When you don't win that title, you don't retain it. Does it give you that
60.
extra kick up the backside, so to speak?
Yeah, it was all a little bit too easy, wasn't it, for Leonard at the seniors? And all of a sudden now questions are being asked to him. He sort of raised the bar, and
100.
you know, other players, Richie House, and let's give a special mention to him. And that's what the seniors has been about, you know, when he reached 50-year-old. Is that his career over? The real highs. And all of a sudden now he's lifting titles again. It's
60.
It's been so good.
You could say that he's peaking as he approaches his 60s. Scott looking for the champagne finish to get his first leg on the board. He's not going to take it. And the way Gates has been playing, you would not rule out this 140 one little bit.
140.
Yeah, one thing we'll say about Gates, he can go his unique way. Yeah, a little shake of the head there because he fancied it.
100.
Why wouldn't you when you're averaging bang on a ton?
This has to go. He's only going to get the one dart or a double. That dart is a tops. Chance for Gates for a big, big win.
Leonard,
Well, he's restricted Connor Scott to just 2 opportunities at a double in this game. Tots for Gates. For a comprehensive 4-0 victory to depose of Connor Scott and to send out a statement of intent to the rest of the field. He may have relinquished his seniors title at the weekend, but he is here to play at the Super Series. An average of 98.5. 4 from 8 when it came to the finishing. A 1-2-4 in there as well for Connor Scott. Once again, he has ran into a big performance. 7.5 minutes to get the opening game done. Coming up after the break, Mike Worton, former weekly winner here, up against a debutant in Michael Bagoy. Perfect start for Leonard Gates, getting the better of Connor Scott before the break by 4-0 in the opening game of week 5 of Series 7 here at the MODUS Super Series. The soldier looking to soldier on after relinquishing his Seniors Champion of Champions title at the weekend. Next up for us, Mike Warburton, a man who has won a week here before. Now, that was all the way back in Series 3, and that was in a week 5. He beat Conor Heenahan in that final in March last year. He takes on Michael Bagoy, debutant, the Burger Boy, who played at the UK Open back in 2012. As for Mike Warburton, he made the World Masters semi-finals back in 2019. You could say he was one of those players of which COVID maybe just derailed the vast progress that he was making in his career. As for Bagoy, the 38-year-old from Bedford, made the first round of the UK back in 2012. He beat Tony West in the preliminary round by 4-2. And good to see that he's ready to go because he's got a verified tick on the back of the collar of his shirt. And he'll be hoping to tick along nicely as the week goes along. But this real tough test against Mike Warburton, who I think when you talk about a player like him, the one word that comes into mind is consistency.
Yeah,
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, be refereed by Owen Binks there. Yeah, but Mike Warburton, I'm a huge fan, Henry. Like I said, I watched him win the Welsh Open. I didn't know a great deal about him, but when you do sit in this seat and
81.
And let me just add now, it's a new commentary box here that I'm sat in now, and I just get the perfect angle of watching the demeanours of the players, and it just looks very comfortable, and it's all
45.
based on what I've labelled the Rolls Royce throw that he has. It's so effective, very simple. So he has that eye line as he stands up there and just brings that dart back, that backswing, and then throws that dart through the same line that backswing comes from. I'm a big fan of two throws this week, and Mike Warburton and David Evans, I think two of the nicest throws you'll see at the Super Series.
42.
Are you a little bit surprised that Mike Warburton hasn't gone on to achieve more when you consider that throw that we're looking at there?
Yeah, but don't forget your throw, your style, your skill set. That's only 50% of the game. Then it's about application and preparation. So then I would be looking at how hard he's working. Something I would never have a query as with someone like Connor Scott, as I just have a look for the first time of Michael's throw. I'll maybe give an assessment on the side one, but any aspiring new player, lovely elevation of the front part of the body, that backswing through that same line, and that beautiful follow through. So ask yourself, how's that dart never going to go straight? That's what I would say every time. Whereas this one's totally different balance, and obviously it looks like he's very much left eye dominant there, left-hander, but doesn't have that silky smooth follow through. It's more jabby than this man in your picture there. But my favourite throws in the world, Henry, aren't number 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 in the world.
Warburton there leaving 120, grazes the tops that goes underneath. So Bagoy not on a finish on 254. Warburton will come back for the double 10 to take out this opening leg. But it is going to be under a bit of pressure now. Bagoy now leaving himself to a finish. Double 10 for Warburton to take a 1-0 lead. 16 darter now. We mentioned with Mike Warburton that his key asset is his consistency. Well, in this format, 16 darters are very much illustrative of that.
Yeah, sometimes you can build up a MODUS Super Series week, and this group here, I think even from Thursday, I've been banging on about it, but what a start so far. Leonard Gates out the traps incredibly quick. And how good did Mike Warburton look in that leg? And Mike's one of those players like Martin Adams, Henry, never often deviates from that treble 20 bed. So that dart's virtually covering the whole of the treble 20. Yeah, he decides to stay on that.
By the way, how good was it to see Martin Adams play well at the weekend at the Seniors Champion of Champions? Great comeback win against Phil Taylor and just edged out by Housen in the semis.
Yeah, it's all about the shirt. And again, just look how steady that... I'm looking at the nose and the E on the word of Super Series. His balance is great. Yeah, he's looking good. But two players in this match I might be harping on, because I've been studying Michael. I think I go all the way back to County Darts with Michael, where Cleveland played Bedfordshire. But a lot of the information I've been getting sort of goes back to 2014. He's played in the World Masters. He's played at the UK Open. But a lot of his ADC stuff, the Kempston conservative club in Bedford as well. So, and there's been his average as low as 60, but as high as 100. So it was tough to work out where his game is at the moment.
And maybe the issue with this group is he can't really afford a range, because we've been looking at the 12 monthly averages and stats for the, shall we call the 4 players we know the most about. 88, 91, 87, 86, and all of them above 33% in terms of the finishing. If he has one of those games, my issue is it could be a short game, because it probably isn't going to last very long.
100.
I mean, I've played on that stage now. Now I can understand it. And the longer it goes without a win, the tougher it can sort of get. But if he can just settle himself down and get a win, because I'm seeing this group, Henry, I've done a few where there's 4 real big hitters. And like I said, don't expect any flash finishes from Mike. He's as traditional as they come. That would have been treble 20, treble 19, double 12 would have been the route. Stunning last start. Leaves a 2-darter.
164. Another one of them. Would have left the bullseye, and now Bagoy's throw is under severe threat. Worton coming back for 60 for a 2-0 lead. We were mentioning his doubling stats over the course of the last 12 months. 60. It's at 37.5%, in excess of 37.5%. But he's only going to get 1 dart after missing the big number. And it's going to be a dart at double 1. He's had an absolute mess of this. 58. And it has opened up the door for Bagoy, who should at least get a dart at tops.
I'll come back to that big dart, the treble 20. But 1 dart for Michael. This would really settle him down.
32.
Like I said, he could be back. We all know what Madhouse is all about. So I think the first and foremost, give yourself a sighter. Go high. You think that's perfect to follow through? Absolutely. The strategy there was the first dart. Use that as a real guide for yourself. And sometimes with that little bit of tension in your arm, when you think you're having a sighter, Henry, you actually go high and it goes plumb in the double 1. Nice start from Worton. It'd be frustrating. I want to go back to that big 20 on that 60 finish. Because not only is he thinking of hitting the big 20, he wants to leave it quite flat so he has a sighter on the double top. And then you sort of take out that little bit of concern. That concentration goes and that lateral drift into the 1.
140. $100.
Yeah, partly preparation. I'm going to have a little look at Michael Bagoy the day Cleveland played Bedfordshire. See who we played that day. And just talking about Cleveland as well. I was listening to your commentary last week with Chris Mason and everyone in the chat room and chatting and people getting involved. And I must admit, the MODUS Super Series social media on Facebook, and everyone's crying out for a couple of players from Cleveland. Jordan Matthews, who's doing really big things in Cleveland, and also Carl Coleman as well, who just seems to be winning every ADC competition. So they, like Michael Bagoy, would love to be on here. So a big shout out for Jordan and Carl.
177.
Yeah, Chris Mason very much enjoyed that chat room last week, it's fair to say. Warburton will be enjoying the progress he's making in this 59. Game. He's going to get 6 starts 70. Here for a 3-0 lead. Averaging just a shade under 90. It's a real solid start.
Game shown the
once again, perfect marker there, and he uses that dart as a real guide. This is, despite not the stratospheric numbers that Leonard Gates has put up, this has been solid. Absolutely solid. Just round about that 90 average mark, but doesn't he look comfortable?
And it's a standard that he can ascertain throughout the whole of the day, where I'm not saying that Leonard Gates can't average around a ton for the day, because we know he's capable of doing it, but this is a level that Warburton's playing at that is ascertainable over the course of the day and ascertainable to be successful as well.
96.
Yeah, an incredible angle once again. We're just trying to show you the direction of the dart there. A little lateral drift going in, but you'll see some incredible movement as some of the dart players. Connor Scuts, the flight starts aiming at the floor before going up like an aeroplane landing. I expect that is super straight there. That arc at the beginning of the dart, all the work is done when the first couple of meters of that throw for Mike Warburton, he gives it the direction. And if you see, it's a little bit different here for Bagoy. Good timing for the max, though.
140.
To a certain extent, for Michael and Max, is this group an absolute free hit because the expectations are going to be on the other four?
I think no dart player comes in here with a real defeatist attitude. I just think Michael would be delighted. Bagoy will delight to be on that stage. We've talked an awful lot about what the ADC offers these players now.
60.
But you don't want that dream to become a nightmare. And if he can I don't think he'd be happy to finish bottom or second bottom and play himself into the week. He just wants that early win as the thought process. Treble 18 will be the shot here. He's just been up against someone here who's been very, very good.
Warby doing Warby things on that Super Series stage. 59. Where have we seen and said that before? Opportunity to take out a second consecutive 4-0 scoreline to start the day. 48 left. And so it's a dart at double 16. For a 4-0 victory and a real performance of solidity for Mike Warburton. A 4-0 win against Michael Bagoy, 50% on the doubles, an average in excess of 91. If he plays to those sorts of numbers for the duration of the week, he is going to be a serious threat to picking up his second title here. We're talking about players that have picked up titles here on more than one occasion. Andreas Harrison, who's won the last 2 weeks he's played here at the MODUS Super Series. He is our beard to be feared, and he kicks off his latest campaign against Max de Jong after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have got the Swedish beard to be feared in action. There he is in all of his glory. Dirty Harry has been a glistening light of the live lounge stage over the last 6 months or so. He's won each of the last 2 qualifying weeks that he's played here. He's hoping to make it a perfect hat-trick, but his first test, his first assignment is a debutant. Max de Jong, the 32-year-old from Leiden in the Netherlands, making his debut here at the Super Series, having finished second in the ADC European Tour Order of Merit. Up against this man, Andreas Harrison, at the age of 48, from Majlila in Sweden, champion twice over here now at the Live Lounge, and made a real good impact on the European Tour not too long ago. There's big expectations on Harrison. He goes in the favourite, justifiably so in your eyes, Glenn?
Oh, absolutely. I was maybe mildly surprised it was the favourite for Group A, but yeah, I mean, you could pick one out of the four there. I was expecting Connor Scott to go off favourite, but that's just a testament to where Andreas has been, and he's really evolved as a player, and I think the MODUS Super Series plays a big part in that. Love chatting with Dean Moss as well regarding anything to do with Andreas. So no doubt Dean will be sending me a couple of message after his big exhibition at the weekend. He had Luke Littler.
41.
Apologies about the score graphic there. Max de Jong in action up against Andreas Harrison, who is looking to get off to a perfect start.
180.
Very reminiscent of the Leonard Gates start and the second maximum of the day as well. But Max, 32-year-old now, been playing darts for 20 years. Became a father 2 years ago and sort of priorities changed. And he said he was a very surprised winner of a qualifying event on the ADC. But that was 3 or 4 months ago, and he's been putting the graft in and super excited to be here.
100.
His best friend, practice partner Christian de Boer has also played here at the MODUS Super Series, so he'll have given him a little bit of advice. So really keen to see how Max does, but very generous in the information as I was chatting with him during the week.
85.
Harrison just doing what Harrison does. He is a machine when it comes to 5-visit legs. But he could be kick-starting with a 4 here. He's left 81 after 9 to break the de Jong throw in the opening leg.
Yeah, we have our dedicated audience here at the MODUS Super Series, but the European Tour will have seen Andreas Harrison for the first time. It was no surprise to us. That could have been for an 11 darter, but he leaves it nicely.
41.
But a super start from Dirty H.
Excuse me? Well, on the back of Andreas Harrison's shirt has the inscription, "Are you feeling lucky?" Well, you don't have to be lucky when you're good, and that's exactly what Andreas Harrison is. He makes 5-visit legs look absolutely ordinary. It's a 14-dart break, and it's just coming to be expected of him.
Yeah, one of his strong attributes as well is that you won't see much emotion from him. You say that classic dart player would be a great poker player. Plenty of food for thought already for Max. He knows the players he's up against. He knew it was a tough group, and very reminiscent of Michael Bagoy as well. It may be it'll step too far for him, but who knows?
We were speaking about Andreas Harrison on that Euro Tour. Well, he sent Jan van Veen into an absolute spin. 6-1 win, averaging 107.27. And he had Gary Anderson on the ropes in the subsequent match in the last 32. Lost out 6-5, averaged 96.9 in that particular contest.
Yeah, the dart of Andreas sit very, very flat. So good dart for him. Maybe just a miss under the treble 20.
135.
Yeah, there's something about that camera angle which we always see a decent score. No doubt I'll ruin it here. Thank you, Andreas. You're now my new favourite player. But one fact for Andreas Harrison, he carries a spare dart with him in his beard. So his 4th dart, if you just look carefully, people think I'm lying here, but his spare dart is within that beard.
30.
There, can you just see it there? If only you could see Henry looking at the TV very closely here.
Forgot what it was like working with you.
94.
Yeah, not the start at all for Michael Bagoy in the previous game. Tough start here for Max, but something like this could spark him into life. That will really, really settle him down. But Andreas Harrison, not a flicker of emotion. Treble 16 would have left double 18, so just takes his Sam. 63 left. So it's double 12 here for the Swede.
72.
Doesn't go, and against Andreas Harrison, chances could be in short supply for Max de Jong. It would be for the break back, so it would return the game to throw at 1-1.
And there's that balance, that pre-throw routine, getting your balance sorted first. He's itching to get there, and hence the reaction there. It just looked fidgety, Henry, didn't it?
Nervy moments. This is a big opportunity, big chances, and it's going to be all about the first. He's had his first max. He's now going to have his first dart at double, but he's not going to have his first leg as of yet.
Yeah, he'd love those 3 darts again. It would start before he even threw a dart. You don't expect Andreas to miss the way he's played at the moment. Sent to the board.
No score. Chance of Max. Max, you require 36.
And these are the opportunities he is going to have to pounce on. Double 9. This could get very messy very quickly.
He's just itching to get that leg under his belt, isn't he? And you could see the camera angle how tough that double 9 was there. What a relief. You may see him take a sharp and take a breath right now. But that incredible backswing that he has, that goes all the way back to his face. I think the flight will be leaving some marks on the face of Max.
$96.
Yeah, don't miss the next game, everyone. Leonard Gates against Mike Warburton. 60. Both of them have shown that they're in good nick. That'll be the first player to go to 4 points.
I'm going to make a real big prediction in that next game, Glenn.
Come on, cutting edge stuff here from Henry Deacon.
Someone's going to win 4 legs.
59.
Wow.
$100.
Just taking his average round about the 91 av for Andreas. Staying very, very solid here. Max has been second best, however. The most important stat of all is the fact it's a leg apiece.
58.
Well, chance here for the Swede.
$180.
And that chance is grasped with 3 darts. The only thing on the mind at the moment of Andreas Harrison with any slight negative, just 1 from 6 on the outer ring. Apart from that, around about the 100 average mark.
30. Andreas, you require 161.
It gets to a stage here now anyway, you know you're the better player. So it feels like you're an athlete running your own race. Forget exactly what Max is doing right now and just see it out. That's the mindset, I think, for Andreas right now.
But is there a danger of that? A bit like the tortoise and the hare, where the hare goes skipping off into the sunset, decides to have a sit down, and then the tortoise creeps up on him and wins the race.
Well, that's the mindset. That's the concentration levels.
85.
It's only a best of 7.
Andreas, you require 80.
So he shouldn't go missing. 1 from 6 on the outer ring, remember.
60.
That'll be the only concern.
Right, Harrison's going to get 3 more opportunities for what would be the 3rd consecutive break to kickstart this match. Becoming a bit of a breakathlon this contest.
Yeah, the
95.
beautiful board management there from Max. Another treble there would have left tops. And for that 3rd break, it's double 5. Can get nasty up here.
15. Max, you require
1 from 11 for Andreas Harrison. Max de Jong will expect to get at least a dart at tops here. However, 2 darts, a double 12. Wowza.
He'll be disappointed because he's worked hard to accrue the opportunities he's had in this game.
Require 5.
He's kept Harrison honest. And he's got to be on it here on double 2. Chances of being passed by 10 to the dozen,
12.
quite literally, for Andreas Harrison. He's missed a dozen darts at double. Double 3. It's 2 on de Jong.
Max
He's
de
hung
Jong.
in there. He's taken his chances. And the Bookmakers favourite to win the group. Kick-started with a 14 darter, but since then,
Flair
it's
gets
missed
Andreas
12 at a
to throw
double.
first.
Well,
Game on.
the scoring power pack is evident there. Andreas Harrison, 3 scores of a ton, 2 140s, 2 180s. He's scoring absolutely beautifully.
140.
However, it's a staggering statistic that we're looking at, right? 7% on the checkout ratio, 1 from 13 for this week. He won't be panicking yet. 1, it's not in his DNA to panic. And 2, you know, 1 big score. And the fact that Max isn't coming back with an
85.
awful lot. Yeah, both players will want to tidy that stat up.
Goes back to that tortoise and the hare analogy that I made in the last leg. You can hair
60.
away in the scoring stages, but you still got to cross the finishing line. Look at the Australian Grand Prix yesterday, where Max Verstappen had a car that, if it gets to the finishing line first, then it's going to win because its car is far faster than all the rest. But if something goes a bit wrong,
100.
then something can go a bit awry, and that was exactly what happened to Verstappen yesterday. The only issue is Andreas Harrison hasn't caught fire.
100.
God, you did well there. How did you get that?
Carlos Sainz won that Grand Prix 18 days after having his appendix removed.
100.
You're full of info, you, Henry Deacon, aren't you? Honestly.
Do you know where I got that information about his appendix from? It's at the back of the book.
100.
You are only here till Thursday, aren't you? Great.
Harrison looking for the textbook leg here. Left 101 after 12. De Jong just beginning to improve the scoring phase of legs.
97.
And so there'll be a lot of thinking for Harrison to do here.
It would also be absolutely typical that he gets 1 dart or a double here and pings it. When it's double 16, don't be too surprised.
85.
1
Max
from
Require,
14 now.
119.
Max will start in the 19s. So it actually was, we're just taking his time there because you expect to hit the 19. You're thinking of the score of 100 there. But he's going to have an opportunity on the 12s bed here to determine which. It's bullseye. He's been second best in this match.
76.
But decides to lay up instead, Henry.
Require, 16.
Well, it would have been for the break and a 3-1 lead, and Harrison would have been staring down the barrel of defeat. But the doubling
8.
misathon continues for the
Max
Swede,
require,
and so De Jong
43.
is going to come back for more bona fide opportunity to get the break.
Yeah, bizarre game.
Game shot
Well,
on
the
a 4
biggest
flag.
shock is not the fact that Max de Jong's broken a lead 3-1, but Andreas Harrison in the background there has been chuntering to himself over the last couple of visits.
There gets
He knows that
Max
the
to throw
scoring phase of the
first.
game is okay, but
Game
he
on.
can't finish for toffee.
Yeah, that scratch of the head there is about the most emotion you'll get from that man. Like I said, I still think inside he knows he's outscoring Max. However, Max does have the darts in 2 of the last 3 legs if it
55.
does go the distance as well. And as you rightly said, I'm seeing a more relaxed Max de Jong, something you spotted when that first double went in for him there. I'm waiting for him to spring into
81.
life of another couple of big scores, and he's got to grab this opportunity right now.
Andreas Harrison is finishing legs like Owen Binks finishes books. It's not existent.
85.
But De Jong on the cusp, and he really is growing in confidence. You can tell just by his mannerisms. There was a lot of nerves when he went for those
96.
first few darts at a double, but now he looks well acquainted to the environment, and that's thanks in part to the plethora of misses that Andreas Harrison has had in this game that's afforded him those opportunities.
Yeah, I totally agree. And the frustration will be kicking in for
100.
Andreas now. He hasn't seen his opponent at too many trebles. Each time he's looking, Andreas is always at his 60 behind here. He needs a treble, finds it.
83.
And things are just will feel going wrong. That could have very easily been a treble 20 that last start, but just crept in the treble 1. Biggest 3 dart here for Max. If he could have got a 2 treble visit here, there's 1. This is a real bonus, he'll tell himself.
140.
Excellent visit. Leads himself first to a finish, and it'd be a win that'll give him real belief about his chances for the rest of the week.
45.
Well, to be fair, I didn't see this coming. The first 3 darts of this match from Andreas Harrison was a sublime 180. We expected him to kick on. He mustn't panic, because what Max is doing now, he's seeing that winning line. His adrenaline right now will be through the roof. A treble 17 here would really settle him down. He's going to have darts for the match.
Well, when he woke up and got out of bed this morning, this was what he was dreaming of, having an opportunity to win his opening game. But it's an opportunity he may have to seize following a third max of the match for Harrison. And so tots for de Jong for 4-1 victory and to stun the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the group. Max de Jong with a debut victory against Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 1. Well, nobody maybe saw that kind of scoreline coming. Andreas Harrison missed 16 darts at a double, and Max de Jong was there to pick the pieces up. And so that's the first round completed pretty much in the blink of an eye. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Leonard Gates and Mike Warburton go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to sunny Portsmouth here at the MODUS Super Series. And what an opening game it was from Leonard Gates. He started the show with a big 4-0 victory over Connor Scott. But Mike Warburton, I've got to be very careful what I say in this game, Henry, because I've been criticised of showing too much bias to him in his opening game there. So I do appreciate the feedback, and both positive and negative. But I am a fan of Warburton, to be fair. But also Leonard Gates. Does he go into this match as a favourite here because he was just so good in that demolition of Connor Scott? Connor Scott, arguably one of the best amateur players out there at the moment. Really looking forward to this one, Henry.
Well, these are both good performances in the first game for different reasons. Leonard Gates was so enigmatic, got out the gate. He was averaging in excess of 105 for large swathes of it. Whilst for Mike Warburton, it was a performance that was just built on consistency. 91 average. Both players are 50% on the finishing.
Game on.
It's an intriguing battle. If they both play like the first game, we're going to have that intrinsic battle of what does better, a player with enigmatic flair or a player with sheer consistency.
100.
How will those two imposters be treated?
140.
Yeah, the carrot is dangling there, 2 wins out of 2, but also when you're playing, I think it's clear there's 4 big hitters in this group here, and it's only Andreas Harrison who's gone back, I think, with that real disappointment. It's been a great start for Gates. It's been a great start for Mike Worton, and the fact that they clash very early. How more do you think of the winner of this game? Are they then thinking of the perfect day?
I would say it's rather naive thinking to do that. I think after you get past 3, I think you can have a little think of it, and then once you get to 4, then that should be the thing that's on your mind.
Yeah, especially with the fact that there's Connor Scott still to come, Andreas Harrison still to come. I think you're absolutely right. You've just got to, in a group of this quality, I think you've just got to focus on it. Every dart thrown.
81.
Well, who would have thought that the loser of Andreas Harrison against Connor Scott in the next game could conceivably be bottom of the table after 2 rounds of matches?
Yeah, that was a funny old go in that last one. I mean, Max Young must go back into that players area now, and he was second best throughout. But there's that incredible start of 1 from 17 for Andreas, which no doubt he'll be back on the practice board right now, probably going around the board in doubles. Surprising that Gates has left a bit of a bogey number.
Well, there's 42 left for Leonard. And he gets there in the end.
I mean, on a serious note, the referee can help and but again, he just does choose to go his ways, Leonard. I think it's got better, his finishing. What an incredible dart that is for tops.
80.
And I was about to say I was seeing a dart where's real comeback. He was second best in that leg there was Mike Worton. But a chance here for Gates. He's so good on his doubles normally.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that trend continues. Gates leads 1-0.
1-0 to Gates. He was 50% on the finishing in his first game against Scott. Worton concedes his first leg of the day after
59.
breezing past Bagoy 4-0 in his opener. Only allowed his opponent 1 dart at a double in that particular match. And actually, Gates himself only allowed Connor Scott to have 2 darts at a double. And that was despite the sniper averaging the best part of 85.
Yeah, we're just looking at the technology these days. So you can just see the short barrel there. And then you get the javelin darts of some players. And look how long that barrel is there. I mean, so the actual stem is short, very short. The actual barrel is incredibly long in the dart of Leonard Gates. And that's why so many players now, they're going to dart manufacturers and trying out all types of darts.
60.
Weighted at the bottom, weighted in the middle, long dart, bulbous dart, long point, short point, pair flight, kite flight. I mean, it just goes on and on until you find the balance that really suits Leonard Gates.
We'll have a chat about it a bit more in the next leg, but it just looks like that when Leonard releases the dart, there's a little bit of a pinch between the thumb and the index finger towards the back of that barrel. We'll talk about that in a bit more detail in the next leg because he's left 1-2-4 here after 9 darts to raise into a 2-0 lead. This could be 6 legs of outward ply.
Just a little check at the score there at Worton. Doesn't need to go for the bullseye.
99.
And what was interesting there, the fact that he looked at the score of Worton. Worton can't finish all the way back on 2-2-2, but still made the decision to go for the bullseye. I think it's an area, like I said, that Leonard has definitely got better, Henry, with his finishing. But again, the sensible player there was potentially going down to 16s.
However, can I play devil's advocate with you as he goes for 8-8? It's the fact that he's a prolific soft-tip player. The bullseye will be a target he feels very comfortable with as he pins the 8-8 for a 14 darter and a 2-0 lead.
Well, I think any target today is very comfortable for Leonard Gates. 6 legs on the spin. We've talked an awful lot about how tough this group is, and Leonard has played 2 of the big hitters. He's 2-0 up against Worton there. 4-0 win over Connor Scott. Wonderful start. We did say at the beginning of the show, 4-1 for Leonard Gates was probably the biggest price he's ever been at the MODUS Super Series.
I'm sure that price will come tumbling in as a consequence of these opening performances. 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today in the United Kingdom. And if you're betting across the globe, then please do check with your local authorities as to the gambling rules out there. Gates averaging just under 107, 106.83. We said, could he back up the first performance? Well, he's doing it and getting better.
Yeah, I must admit he averaged just shy the 100 average, just based on his last leg of that game against Connor Scott. He was producing these numbers for the first 3 legs of that match. And I just think going out early at the seniors means he's a little bit more fresh. He has come here before, been travelling through the night it would have been for Blackpool had he won it. So again, just taking his time. I always think that strategy, them decision processes should be done before your approach. But Leonard's different. But boy, is he good.
Leaving double 12 after 12 for a 3-0 lead. He's leaving his opponents legless so far. 7 legs out of 7, and Leonard Gates is breezing through what we thought was the toughest group A we've seen in Series 7.
Yeah, 50% on his doubles in the first game against Demolition against Connor Scott. 3 from 4 on the outer ring, 75%, averaging just shy of 105. What a perfect start it is for the American.
Well, he travelled last night, did Leonard. Had to encounter a couple of problems on the M6.
81.
But the difference, I suppose, would be the fact that he didn't play anything yesterday. He didn't play yesterday, so he hasn't got that to add to the travelling time.
60.
And like I said, I go back to about 9 o'clock this morning when all 6 players went onto that stage. And like I said, we've talked an awful lot of how Leonard can be that little bit different, but he was chatty, he was smiling, he was laughing, and that's the first moment I thought, this could be a really, really good day for Leonard Gates. Didn't expect him to beat Scott 4-0. Didn't expect him to beat this man 4-0. But he's in a fantastic position right now. What a start, Henry.
You get the sense he's one of those players that you write off at your peril as he piles in his first max of this contest. It could well be his last scoring visit of the contest.
100. Leonard, you require 100.
Well, it's been almost perfect. Has decisions here because it's such a good marker. And I think it was half-hearted on that decision there. It just seems to be the norm to go tops these days.
No score.
Well, he's bust the ton. He has bust the ton. Incredible. And he is absolutely livid with himself. He did it at the weekend where he bust the 102 against Richie Howson. And it's happened again to Gates here.
I'm livid for him.
Leonard, you require 100.
Like I said, the average was just shy of 110 there. Is there any problems this time? It's double 19.
62.
What a mess.
Mike, you require 44.
But credit to Warburton, because he's seen what's happened in front of his eyes and he's piled on as much pressure as he could, and he's going to get a couple here at double 16. Gates shakes his head,
12.
but he is going to get another go.
Leonard, you require 38.
Well, he's been much the better player in this match as Leonard Gates. His only Achilles heel was those final 6 darts there, but he has 2 darts at double 16 to put this game to bed. And he gets there in the end. Leonard Gates is on a real roll. That's 8 legs out of 8 so far against 2 of the big hitters. Mike Warburton started the day fantastically well. However, he was no match there for the American, who looks in really, really good shape right now. Leonard Gates, who remember lost in his opening game at the World Seniors in Blackpool at the weekend, produced an average of 98.56 in the opening game, and guess what he's averaged again? 98.56, exactly the same ratio, 50% on the doubles. Absolutely outstanding from the American. Big chance for Andrea Harrison. He's up next to put pay to that first match. He plays Connor Scott next.
Well, at 8 o'clock this morning, if you said the game between Andreas Harrison and Connor Scott could be the battle to see who's going to be bottom of the pile, is he hit a 9 darter in practice? Oh, between them, I've just heard that they've just hit a 9 darter in practice. Well, that's no good, lads, is it? We want to see it during the main game. Although I think the biggest surprise is Connor Scott's finished a 9 darter by going treble 20, treble 19, double 12. Well, we know that these two can provide the quality between them. They quite literally provided perfection between them in terms of the practice darts. Scott pinning the 9 in a pairs. And apparently they've hit another 180 in the practice. I tell you what, forget about the game. Let's just see them practice together because we might see the greatest game we've ever seen here at the Super Series. I think he's just hit another 180, Harrison. Oh, he missed the 6th dart for a back-to-back 9 dart leg in pairs. I think the game's going to be quite good, Glenn.
Well, I tell you what, it won't surprise if the opening score is 41.
Well, you know all about 9 darters in pairs, don't you, Glenn?
58.
Yeah, 58 this time. I told you. Honestly, it got to a stage when I was practicing well on the 15 darts where I refused to then go for the treble 20. The pair of them could be treble, let's say it.
93.
Cheers, Connor. Yes, I never often talk about my 9 darters, but I was, because there was that many, Henry. But yeah, the only, I think, was it the only one ever to do it in the mixed pairs as well? Breen Sands, I think it was.
100.
Breen Sands, which is going to be a venue again for WDF darts. England Open heading back there in September.
Somerset?
Selsey.
No, Somerset was the Breen Sands.
Oh, no. Oh, yes. How can I forget Breen Sands? Me and Charlie Corsafine covered a competition there, and I think the most pleasant part of my stay was the bed bugs.
It was horrendous. I only stayed there the one night and moved on, but good start here from Andreas Harrison. No problems whatsoever with his scoring today. If you weren't with us in his opening game, his doubles were absolutely awful. But the beauty of darts is that you're straight back. But I don't think it's Connor Scott you want to walk into, but something you said, one of these two players will be no wins from 2. At the end of this game, and I don't think either would have expected that when they walked in the venue a few hours ago.
And the other thing is, you look at, we're calling the big 4, Gates, Scott, Warburton, Harrison.
80.
One of them's going to have to drop into Group C. At least one of them's going to have to drop into Group C. So someone's going to have their tail between their legs in the second half of this week. Harrison, double 16 for 1-0. 1 from 17 on the doubles in his first game. And perhaps somewhat ironically, he's 1 from 1 on the doubles in this game. 1-0 Harrison.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Is it a fair assessment of Connor here at the Super Series that
177.
perhaps there was so much expectation because of what he did at Southampton that we've seen it in patches in his 2 appearances this year, including the Specials week, but maybe not on the sort of consistent scale that we saw 3 years ago. But hang on a minute. Okay, don't hang on a minute.
34.
I don't think it's anything to do with Southampton personally, Henry. I just think Connor Scott has kicked on as a player. You know, a professional player for a couple of years. Like I said, one of the hardest working dart players out there, striving to get better and better. He knows where he wants to be. But there's that word expectation now. And when he come into the venue today, I expected him to be favourite for this group. He was second favourite. But it's all down to the hard graft that he's putting in the practice for me. And he's just getting better and better.
140,
he comes across as one of the most respected players on the circuit. But by being respected by your peers, it means that everybody may just find that extra couple of % against you.
Yeah, I commentated on him at a Pro Tour only this week, a quarter-final of a Players' Championships, which is massive. I just felt his darts weren't landing in correctly. It was a disappointing display against Darryl Gurney. Tops for parity.
Game shot on the
gets there in the end. Like I said, I fancied this to be a really good game. Both will have gone back to the players area after their opening game. Very disappointed.
It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
It's the first leg. Connor Scott's won today. Taking him 6 legs to get off the mark.
97.
Chris Mason often talks about throws being unique,
91.
almost like a way you pick up a pen. And Connor Scott's is maybe not by design the sort of action that you would maybe talk about in one of your coaching classes, but it's what works for him.
Yeah, I don't think Chris Mason means that. I think that's the grip. So when you pick up a dart is the grip. I don't think he means the throw is how you would pick up a pen. And he has that,
100.
you know, he has that unique way of holding the dart. Andreas, you can see his fingers, 2 of his fingers aren't even touching the dart. That's the unique. People come and how do I hold a dart? I just think some people are born with a great grip.
100.
And I think the darts are going into the board a little bit more firm now because of his follow through. Again, nothing to do with the way he's holding the dart, nothing to do with his setup. But it's a beautiful follow through that he's demonstrating right now.
Harrison, it just feels leisurely, and I don't mean that in a way that he's not trying. Just the action's just so easy, isn't it? It's almost like he's just having a little bit of a lob in his local pub on a Sunday afternoon betwixt his Sunday roast.
I think that's a great word, lob. I think that's exactly what he does. He just sort of, and it's a great characteristic of how he throws a dart. But big chance, double 4 here for Scott. That's the route I like on 65 as well. I used to go the treble 19. But you'd expect Harrison to get at least a dart or a double here on 64. It is just going to be the one. He favours tops.
24.
So Scott comes back, but it's double 2 to win leg 2. And he has to shuffle across.
Yeah, that's awkward, isn't it? He's looking at the right-hand side of that double 2 here.
No score.
That will frustrate.
Andreas, you require 40.
Nothing to separate them whatsoever statistically.
Game shot in the third leg.
However, that changes now with that dart going in from double top. Like I said, 2 from 3 in this game on the outer ring for Andreas. That's just the one missed dart at a double after 1 from 17 in the opening game. Go figure.
At what point does the air of frustration creep in for Connor Scott? Because he didn't play bad in his first game and he got drubbed by Gates. He's not playing bad here, but finds himself behind.
I think that's a fantastic question, and I think that'll be going through his mind right now for Connor.
41.
I think he's one of those players, I think the heart's on the sleeve. He's not the greatest of losers as well. He has that fighting quality, and when things aren't going perfect,
84.
then you start looking at that attribute of tenacity and fight. And that, that's what Connor Scott's going to have to find. That's no such question at all for Andreas Harrison. You cannot tell if he's 2-1 up or 2-1 down, because his great characteristic is he's just there lobbing darts.
If you had an 8-player invitational
58.
Cup of Champions here at the Super Series, Andreas Harrison would be invited to it. I think pound for pound, he's one of the top 10 players in the world of Out Tour Card. You could even go deeper than that.
And do you remember as he smacks at another 180? Do you remember that time where he just didn't qualify on legs difference? However, he come back, he's evolving as a player, he learned, and here he is. And that's a big endorsement from Henry Deacon, one of the top 10 players in the world without a tour card. That's exactly what Andreas would want to hear.
140.
With darts like that, who's to argue?
No, I don't think he wants to hear it, because my predictions don't usually end up that good, do they? Tops after 12, though, for Harrison. Really turning the screw here. His average over 97 for the break and free one. It's a 13 darter for Harrison, and he now has the darts for the match. And Connor Scott may well be brushed aside 2 games in a row here. This is some Monday morning blues here for the sniper, who's firing blank so far.
140.
And that last dart, if I could just mention that, the fact that he sat underneath the bed and he just has that opportunity in his game, the way he throws a dart, just to sit it on top, whereas Connor Scott's the total opposite. If he's going to miss the treble 20 target, he wants to be just above. That's the ideal miss. The first dart there for Harrison.
60.
Just didn't get the balance this time.
However, if there's some kind of crumb of comfort for Connor, it's his next 2 games against the 2, shall we say, less fancy players in the group. So he'll be thinking that is an opportunity just to build up a little bit of momentum ahead of playing Mike Warburton right at the tail end of the day.
Yeah, and speaking of those 2 players, the non-fancied runners, as we labelled there, Michael Bagoy will be looking to get his first win of the day. He's up against Max de
101.
Jong, and I think Michael will fancy his chances in that game, despite the fact that Max started with a win.
Just when Scott was thinking he might get 6 to keep the game going, he may have to take out the 167, but it's not going to go on this occasion. And you wouldn't put it past Andreas Harrison, a man who's been known to finish games with big finishes, to do it again here.
Yeah, not this time for the Swede,
97.
but he leaves it nicely. Just the one leg today so far for Connor Scott. So this top's normally routine. Maybe just felt a little bit about, but no such problems. Connor Scott gets him back into this game. That was a breaker throw. He just goes through his pre-throw routine there, just touching his towel. Just dry those fingers. Is he back in this match?
Well, just having a look at the legs won in this game, you've had to play well to win legs. Legs won in 16, 15. Then we had that leg where there was a couple of difficulties on the double. But then since then, we have seen back-to-back 13 dart legs to see us at 3-2.
Yeah, we've already seen 3 averages over 90. 2 of them coming from Leonard Gates, of course, averaging 98.56. But both of these players averaging very nicely around about that super solid 94. Well, things weren't going at all for Connor Scott. We feared in here that after 2 matches, he'll have gone back extremely disappointed. However,
57.
if you just look at the body language of both right now, you'd have to say that Connor Scott does have that momentum. However, in a best of 7, if you got the dart in that last leg as well, will it need that last leg?
180.
You cannot keep a good man down. But Connor Scott kind of drawing upon what we've been speaking about, him being one of the hardest working players in darts, because he really has had to labour to get himself back into this position. But as soon as he's worked his way back to a chance of making it 3-3, he has handed the initiative back to Harrison, and he has said, thank you very much. And he's left himself a ton after 12, and Scott now is scurrying with Harrison lurking for the match.
100.
Yeah, from absolutely nowhere. I sense the fact that Andreas was already thinking of that last leg. Is it tops? Well, there's one of them.
80.
But the second doesn't duly follow, and Scott to take us all the way to what would be the last leg decided. It's actually the longest game of the day, no matter what.
Yes, we've been treated to some fantastic darts today. Connor Scott does look a little disappointed as he gets his darts out there. Andreas Harrison had real problems in his opening game on the doubles. However, this time it's super slinging at the Super Series for the Super Swede. Andreas Harrison gets his first 2 points of the day. He was the favourite going into this Group A campaign. Connor Scott will be very disappointed to hear the statistic of played 2, lost 2 as well. Numbers much more positive there for Connor. He was over at 92, but for Andreas Harrison, just what he needed to do. That's the type of character. That's why he was favourite. 94 average. He moves on. We move up to the 2 debutants next. Max de Jong won his opening game against Michael Bagoy. He's searching for his first win.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Andreas Harrison got his campaign up and running, getting the better of Connor Scott by 4-2. Real good contest, that one. Both players averaging in excess of 90. Harrison getting over the line with a 94.5 average. 4 from 7 when it came to the doubling for Scott. Who would have thought we'd be saying this after a couple of rounds of matches? He's the player at the bottom of the table. Well, these two ADC qualifiers go toe-to-toe in our next match. Max de Jong, who upset Andreas Harrison by winning on his debut on this stage by 4-1. Well, as for Michael Bagoy, well, he ran into the runaway Mike Warburton, losing 4-0 in that one. Max was given opportunities by Andreas, and when he got those opportunities, he picked up legs, and it just felt like as that game went along, he just continued and continued to grow in confidence.
Michael to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he'll be feeling a lot more relaxed, Max, going into it. He looked tentative, didn't he, those first couple of legs? But I think this is the game that Michael Bagoy will really fancy his chances in. It's probably come at the perfect time. As he walked into a super performance by Mike Warburton in his first game. But I've got to make sure, Henry, in this game that I sing the praises of Michael Bagoy, because I absolutely love the fact that we have some social media interaction. And I certainly upset a certain Clyde King anyway. So apologies, Clyde, if you felt I had written off Michael Bagoy in that first game. I just read the fact that Mike Warburton put a tremendous performance in here. But what I will say, Clyde, I think Michael Bagoy will fancy his chances in this match and get his campaign up and running.
And you can get in touch with us via our social media feeds. It's at MSS Darts, or alternatively, dare I say it, you can get involved on the YouTube chat room. Which was, shall I say, an interesting revelation last week?
Tell me more, Henry.
59.
One thing I learnt last week, don't give Chris Mason all the keys to the chat room. He had some good fun on there, it's fair to say, last week.
Yeah, I think I've muted every chat room I ever had. I was one of those players in the very early days. I say players who used to go on dart forums. I soon realised there that was not the place to be.
96.
How long ago were you playing if you're in darts forums?
Oh, it was a good decade ago. And it was before I'd won anything, but I think I even applied for sponsorship from. I'm sure I wore a badge as well from a dart forum in one of my early BDO games as well. So I try to avoid them. I think, without getting too political, I just think this weekend as well has just left a sour taste in my mouth of what social media is all about for dart players, and I think we have to be very, very careful of what we put. But hey, I am old school as Max de Jong looks at this 1-4-7, but the first red doesn't go.
So no 1-4-7 break for de Jong.
87.
Bagoy looking for the Nelson. I suppose for Bagoy it'd be less I, more boing, boing, boing.
Not sure what you've just said there, Henry, but you seem to be smiling 55. Away to yourself, so I'll leave you having fun.
60.
There's de Jong, nice straight 20. Does he need to move? No, he doesn't. So the ideal opportunity to lead this match 1-0. Big open bet at the double 10.
50.
And it goes wrong.
Michael de Jong, 56.
Chance here for the Burger Boy.
Double 10.
46.
Doesn't go.
Max, you require 10.
Yeah, I think they both have different mentalities going into this game, because both, as I mentioned, will fancy the chances. But Max de Jong, he just seems to be picking up the scraps of the errors made by the players so far. It was a bizarre opening win against Andreas Harrison for Max de Jong, because he was second best throughout. And once again, misstarted a double there for Michael. But the camaraderie between the 6 players was noted very, very early this morning.
Well, time for our first game this week of Whose Water Is That? Well, de Jong has been sipping from the cup of opportunity, hasn't he, so far today?
Yeah, he looked really tense in the shoulders there, did Max, when you think the opposite would happen right now. Like I said, he's won a match, he's leading here 1-0. But you can just see his body judder is throwing the dart, which is a real sense of tension in that throw.
100.
Super duper last dart. Things have got to happen for Bagoy. I just feel they've got to happen right now. And the fact he's just going under that treble 20 tells me that he ain't feeling
60.
fantastic right now. Sorry, Clyde.
You're turning into Chris Mason, you are. Just no talking about balloons, will you, please?
Well, I'll be
60.
Bonnie and you can be Clyde. How's that? Dirty Harrison.
I do want to get your take on the progress that the ADC is making, because they're giving us more and more players all the time, and for more and more territories as well.
100.
We're going to have more Greek players coming up. We had John Michael a few weeks ago, and there's certainly more avenues with the ADC where in the past maybe we had that odd player here and there.
Yes, I must admit it was great to see John Michael, but I was more giggling away at the fist pump gate most of the time with John Michael. But listen, I've been chatting
96.
with Scott Hunt this morning, obviously one of the big players in the ADC. He gave me a link as to everything regarding Michael, so I've been able to just sort of see
95.
what's going on there. He's doing really well in the east of England. And listen, I come here and I sit in this chair. Most time I'm here, I can only look at the basis of what's happening in our local area, and every single vault is full within minutes. So they put it on 7 days
100.
before usually, and you know, our ADCs are absolutely flying. We're trying to get up into Newcastle and into Sunderland, etc., to make the northeast a real hotbed of the ADC. But globally and European, which Max de Jong has come through, it's been absolutely fantastic for the MODUS Super Series.
Here's opportunities. And de Jong trying to grasp that opportunity with both hands. He'll be hoping to come back for tops. But Bagoy has a go at the 148. Finds the first treble. And that is sacked quite nicely for another. And it's double 14 for a 148 check.
Yeah, this could be the moment. Just takes his time. Maybe just a little bit of magic.
120.
It gets to a part anyway. He thinks, why didn't I just throw that third dart?
Tops for 2-0.
Yeah, we said he's picking up the scraps. Missed opportunity for Bagoy.
Game shot on the second leg.
Once again, Max de Jong, he's not doing anything spectacular. He didn't do anything fantastically well against Andreas Harrison, apart from the fact when he was given an opportunity, he's taken it. It's 2-0 to de Jong. It could have very, very easily been 2-0 to the Burger Boy.
Well, it's fair to say that de Jong has looked mustard against the Burger Boy.
Took me a while, that one, Henry. Burger, mustard. Yeah, got you. I'll catch up in a second.
100.
Well, talking about the ADC Europe, obviously we've got Sweden action in Andreas Harrison, and they had a massive event in Gothenburg on Saturday, courtesy of the ADC Europe. 96. It was the Northern European qualifier for MODUS Super Series 8, which took part at the Swedish Darts Festival in Gothenburg. Amazing arena, massive turnout, and they played it on a real big stage as well. There was hundreds in attendance for it, and it's a huge congratulations to Thor Helmer Johansson and Pontus Danielsson, who have qualified for Series 8 here at the Super Series. We'll see them in action in around the summertime. And we're just having a look at a picture of the venue, and goodness me, it was packed to the rafters. An incredible venue for that qualifier.
Yeah, it's a beautiful photo there, and yeah, it was a big exhibition. Luke Littler was there, Chris Dobie.
60.
I think there was another big hitter as well who was over there. So yeah, fantastic to see, and more new names coming through. It's interesting. When I was looking at Q School this year, it was just a who's who of the MODUS Super Series, wasn't it? And we're seeing these players evolve so much. And like I said, when Max de Jong, surprisingly in his words, won the ADC Europe qualifier, is it just going to open up a few doors for him? Because his priorities have changed, as I mentioned. He's now become a father. And for Bagoy, he had a chance at the 148. I thought he was going to have a similar attempt to the 134.
I think we're beginning to establish the fact that Bagoy may well be a big Finnish tickler this week. De Jong 116 will stay there. And the treble leads and tops. That first start was a nice guide for the second to pop
Game
in, and then
on
finds the third for the 1-1-6.
Max
De Jong leads 3-0. He has the double break, and Bagoy could well be begone in this game very, very quickly.
Max to throw first.
I think that's 7 legs on the
Game
spin
on.
for Max de Jong. And like I said, the confidence coming out of the young man. I nearly just seen that 1-1-6 thinking to myself, well, my doubles and my finishing's been really, really good today. He's looking more and more settled. You picked it up in that opening game there. When just getting that first leg on the board, Henry, you just sensed in him that he's thrown a bit more freer. This will be a big win for him.
93.
You get the sense that Bagoy needs to find something similar to that as well. Yet to pick up his first leg of the day.
Yeah, and his next game, Bagoy, will be against a caged animal in Connor Scott. It
60.
hasn't gone well at all for Connor, and I just fear for Michael in that match, because Connor's got to come good at some time today.
I suppose someone who walks on to
85.
Welcome to the Jungle may as well be a caged animal.
Is it me, or is it absolutely flying this morning, these games? Played at a terrific pace.
Game 6 already. We might be able to book lunch somewhere, Glenn.
$82.
Patisserie Valerie, is it for lunch?
Yeah, it was a fantastic drive down to Portsmouth yesterday. I feel like Michael Palin this week. I've been to the
100.
Pro Tours in Germany. I've been to the Premier League in Dublin. And what a fantastic week of darts we've got. Like I said, this Group A is absolutely
60.
star-studded.
You require
But I tell you what,
101.
Group B and C aren't bad either.
De Jong hasn't been half bad in this game himself. Looking to finish it off with back-to-back ton-topping finishes. And he is going to get a dart at double top to do exactly that.
81.
But just it's below.
Yeah, no dramas. Michael's way back on 181 in the... It's a wry smile there in the face of Michael. Not how it was hoping it was going to go.
60.
But a big, big chance for the
You require
Dutchman.
20.
It's double 10 for 2 wins from 2 and having dropped just a solitary leg in the process.
Game
And Max
shot
de
and
Jong
a
is having a dream
Max
debut
de
here
Jong.
at the Super Series so far. 2 games played, 2 games won for the concession of just a solitary leg. And it is he and Gates who are the top 2 after 2 rounds of matches. And so de Jong gets a bit of Bagoy by 4 legs to 0 and a much improved average as well. He's put on the best part of 6-7 points from his first game. For Bagoy, he's also improved from game 1, but he's going to have to climb up the levels of Connor Scott to come. Well, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, this is a heavyweight clash. It's Leonard Gates against Andreas Harrison. Do join us after this. 2 rounds of fixtures down here at the MODUS Super Series. Round 3 is about to start with one of the best games you can have here. Well, we've had one of the best sessions you could have here. These are the results following 2 rounds of matches. It's been Golden Gates, who's yet to drop a leg, and Max de Jong has been the surprise package. He dumped Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 1 and then beat Michael Bagoy before the break by 4 legs to 0. And what that does is it means that he and Gates are the 2 top players on 4 points respectively. And who would have thought that Connor Scott is going to be chasing for his first win after 2 rounds of matches? Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison kick off round 3. Harrison getting his first win against Connor Scott. Much improved performance, average just under 95, 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. But Leonard Gates, well, have you tallied up his daily average? Because I think it's 98.56.
Well, he had a 98.56 in the first and a 98.56, and you're asking me the question. I mean, come on, Henry. Of course it's 102.3.
Well, that's what Leonard Gates would probably think.
Oh, that's nasty.
It's Leonard
He is a human being, remember.
Game on.
But a very, very impressive human being that he is, Leonard Gates. He's been superb today. Really, really genuinely looking forward to this game. Andreas Harrison, of course, will be slightly disappointed with that opening defeat, but he knows what went wrong, Henry. He missed darts at a double. He was the better player. I thought the second game he was pretty good performance against Connor Scott with that 94 average. And all of a sudden things can turn around very quickly. A win here for the Swede. Wouldn't that be, you know, the way the day started and the way the day started for Gates?
30.
Don't be surprised that the Swede wins this game.
It's the most focus I've seen Leonard Gates at the beginning of a week here. And we mentioned some of the circumstances maybe as to why. He's kind of been a bit like Neil Duff in the respect that he's usually been able to get going as the week's gone along. He's built himself into a week. And he should be
60.
best equipped more than most players to be able to deal with this environment. Because if you think about a lot of the competitions he plays out in the United States, you play a lot of games in a day.
Yeah, good point, Henry.
140.
Yeah, I think sometimes we complain about long hours, etc. But some of the tournaments in America, they're nearly as long as the Faroe Islands Open.
140 under Asia record, 161.
Although perhaps there is an irony or non-irony about the fact that the Groundhog Open takes a while to complete.
65.
Is it shoot to the moon? I think he's just won that one again. I'll have to check my numbers that on.
$140 under Asia record.
He won the Groundhog Open this year.
Super dart.
Game shown the
Quality
first
finish.
set.
All them problems that he had on the
Andreas
outer ring
Harrison.
seem to have gone so far. Andreas Harrison is looking really determined and focused, and clearly Henry, when he went back into the players area after that first game, he's corrected those wrongs.
Did I tell you that Leonard Gates won the Groundhog Open?
100.
3 times. You didn't mention the St. Patrick's Day Open.
Yeah, he won the St. Patrick's Day Open on March the 17th, St. Patrick's Day. But also won the Groundhog Open.
100.
Yeah, beats my Middlebeck Open and Thornaby Open. I think we need to change our titles down in Teesside.
59.
Talking about Teesside, that's where all the top players in the amateur circuit are heading this weekend, because it is the first weekend of the championship tour in both the men's and women's division. The men's tour is completely sold out. There's still some places available in the women's competition. Head over to dartsatlas.com for more information about entry for the women's events.
100.
The setup, the venue, everything is absolutely perfect, and yeah, one thing that Middlesbrough can do is put on a brilliant tournament. But the ADC
28.
and the setup, you know, some of the photos that we were getting back last year, it's no surprise that the 256 has quickly been filled up a little bit better than Leonard Gates can pick up his dart.
Yeah, very profitable prize fund. £80,000 on offer between the 2 tours this year. And if you finish in the top 8 of the men's or women's tour at the end of 2024, you get to play in a special finals day here at the Live Lounge, which we'll be hosting on back-to-back weekends in November. Now, me and Paul Nicholson covered the women's tournament last year, and it really was a thunderous success. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of that in 2024.
Yeah, another fantastic initiative, and it'll be 8 players, of course, banging form, so that should be a cracking week to be involved in. Been a slow start here from Leonard Gates, the first time we've said that today.
95.
Leaves that nicely with a 2-darter. This is for a holder throw. Harrison 114, so treble 18. A little shake of the head tells you exactly what happened there. Chance for Gates to get back in this match.
57.
After conceding his first leg of the day and the last, he is looking to respond in perfect style by pinning the tops. Crieff, come on, that first dart, because it sits up like that, was not helpful at all, and has given Harrison the opportunity here to open up a 2-love lead. Double 4, he's scampering around the doubles again, but this time finds it. Harrison 2 up, and the consequences of a Harrison win would mean that De Jong would go top of the table. We'd have 3 players on 4 points, and then Mike Warburton takes on Max De Jong in the next. And so there is a potential scenario where the top 4 players could all be prized apart by absolutely nothing because they'd all be on 4 points.
60.
Yeah, I do think this group is going to go down to the penultimate game, final game on Wednesday, so... Yeah, like I said, I think if your opening question today, I said pick a winner because I think it'd be tough to pick one. When you come to Saturday night as well, you would expect the winner to come from Group A, but there's some cracking players to come through also this week, isn't there?
Yeah, Group C sees the debut of Ashley Coleman, which has clamoured a lot of attention via social media, got through to the second round of the UK Open, early one in the month. Greg Ritchie, we haven't seen here since Series 1. It'd be great to see the return of him, and a man who's come so close to winning weekly titles but hasn't been able to get over the line yet in Jared Cole. Lost out in the last leg, decided to Patrick van den Boogaard. That was the closest he got to winning a title here. As far as Group B is concerned, well, we're going to see David Davis, who the last time he was here won every single game in a Group B. However, 2 of those games was against a certain G. Durrant.
60.
Oh, you enjoyed that, didn't you?
121.
It's better to be a has-been than a no-been, Henry Deacon. Treble 20 for double 18. He's looking good. He's looking fantastic. The Swede leads 3-0.
Andreas Harrison.
He is really building up ahead of speed now.
Flair gets Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, Gates could be bageled after serving out the morning bagels here at the Live Lounge, because Harrison really is in the groove. He's really finding the gears. That's his first max of this match. His average now has moved in excess of 103.
Yeah, we could have 5 out of the 7 games, Henry, being 4-0. We could sometimes sit in this seat and only see 1 or 2 that week. Look at those numbers once again. It's full of quality. And I just sense, Henry, that the winner of this week does become a major player in Champions Week.
I totally agree. And I also think Neil Duff, I think, has got that real bit between his teeth. And he's the type of player that when he's got a bone to pick, he tends to get the job done. And I think he's going to be a serious player.
Yeah, he's very target-driven. Like I said, he wanted to win a weekly event. And I think the next thing for Neil Duff is that he wants to be a Champions Week. What's been your moment so far in this series? Mine's a clear 1 moment.
For me, I think it was a lovely moment when Bradley Roos won, because he's been waiting so long for that opportunity, came so close, but didn't manage to get over the line till then. But Harrison would have been for a 12 dart to have sealed a 4-0 win. It's not going to go, and so Gates is going to have to take out the 140, you feel.
Yeah, Gates needs to be golden, but my favourite moment so far, that Reece Robinson interview.
Well, at least it was for some.
60. Andreas require 80.
Well, Andreas Harrison has been absolutely superb in this game. He's going to get a dart, you feel, for the match against the also impressive Gates. And what a finish. Andreas Harrison in his opening game today had a percentage of 1 from 17 on the outer ring. However, 2 games later, Dirty Harrison is now looking the type of player why he was favourite going into this Group A campaign. Look at those numbers. He's averaging over 100 throughout that match. And look at the average there, 98.56. He does that, what Gates has been doing to others today, 4 from 5 on the outer ring, a 1-2-1 checkout, almost perfect for the Super Swede as we move on to top of the table, Max de Jong against Mike Warburton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Leonard Gates was hoisted by his own petard, where Andreas Harrison averaged 98.56, the average Gates had in his previous 2 matches, and he was hoisted by his own petard in terms of the scoreline as well. A 4-0 defeat for the American against the Swede. Next up for us, Max de Jong up against Mike Warburton, and Max de Jong has got the opportunity here to take the outright lead following the 3rd round of matches. If he does win this particular contest, he'll be on 6 points and would have a 2-point gap for the rest of the field, no matter what happens in the rest of this round. However, a win for Warby would mean that the top 4 would all be placed on 4 points and would prick up the ears of Connor Scott, and Michael Bagoy when they play next.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, seems a while since we saw Mike Warburton, doesn't it? Great start to the day. I say he was well beaten by Leonard Gates in his second one, but he has gone back.
60.
It's a great practice area that the players have now. It's a much bigger area than it used to be, and you know, you'll see players do things different and get straight back on the dartboard. So many players will put music in their ears. Some people will try and right the wrongs that they did in the games
60.
here, and I just sense that this is a good moment for Mike Warburton to get back up and running.
Must be a great practice for him to head back into after a win.
I mean, part of it, if you've got someone, and unfortunately it was me, if you've got someone in that room who's having a tough time, you don't want to be over-celebrating. And I got the sense that some players don't really stick the chest out like they want to, and they just remaining calm in there. So, listen, even on the professional circuit, Henry, you can win or lose matches in that players' area. I remember when Michael van Gerwen would walk in there, and you know, without turning around, you knew he was in the building, that presence. So don't ever sort of underestimate the importance
100.
of what is happening to them 4 players that aren't playing right now.
Well, I heard at the Faroe Islands Open they were quaking in their boots when Matthew Edgar walked in.
Well, when he finally got there, it took them 3 days to get there. I could have walked quicker.
58.
Travelled by e-scooter, didn't he?
Yes, he was delighted with his bronze medal. And wasn't it great to see? Was it Jan McIntosh? Have I said that right? We saw him at the MODUS Super Series and the first Faroe Island resident to win the tournament over there. So well done to Jan. Hope we see him back one day.
60.
But on a serious note for Matthew Edgar taking 3 days to get to, that's what people don't see, and that used to frustrate me. Like I said, I've been getting pretty fed up with social media this weekend. You know, the kind of things being written, and like I said, people. I used to take it to heart a little bit. I used to message my family, Henry, and say, "Don't reply to these people." You know, people who would call me names. You know, whether it was about my appearance, whether it was about my game. And like I said, it is quite tough. And people don't see when that WDF World Championship is on, some of these players are putting the air mileage in to get, you know, to reach Lakeside.
Match require 130.
Well, you're almost having to go through a certain point of the tournament to get that money back. De Jong looking to get his money's worth here.
Well, he doesn't miss finishes, does he?
Game shot in the first
Well, I
leg.
hope they don't pin that, because I couldn't get my words out there, Henry. So, to everyone working on the socials, there was a beautiful finish. We're trying. Stop the stuttering commentator, but Max de Jong once again picking up those scraps again. His finishing has been superb.
Well, we'll get the dub effect on Glenn. Max de Jong's having the doob effect so far. W's everywhere.
58.
Yeah, a lot of the chat was sort of Mike Warburton winning this game, everyone on 4 points, how exciting it's going to be.
140.
But as you mentioned, begin this game, Max de Jong could be the first player on 6 points. What a start. A guy who didn't expect to be here, a surprised winner of the qualification in the ADC Europe, and that one win at the beginning where he was second best, and all of a sudden he settled into it.
And how many times now have we seen it from players who qualified through that system where they play within themselves when they come here? We look at the numbers and we always crunch the numbers before players arrive, and we look at the numbers and we sometimes worry about their chances coming into this week. But de Jong, even though the numbers are actually a little bit below the rest of the field, he is creating himself
85.
opportunities. He is sticking with task after task, and when he gets a chance, he has been ruthless in taking them.
Yeah, I'm out of the T-side circuit a lot now. It's a whole new ball game now, new players coming through. And I figured for a player called Johnny Barnes from our area, looked at his numbers in one sort of club and pub. He's unbeatable, by the way. And then I watched him and he played like a dream up there. And, you know, he's gone back to T-side and he's telling people that that stage can bring the best out of you. He said he felt like $1 million. This is why he's practiced all the hours to be a dart player. And it didn't work out for him on the Saturday night, but what a credit he was to our area.
83.
So Warburton leaving himself 118 after 12. De Jong looking to set up and apply the utmost pressure. Warburton looking to get the break back in this second leg.
Should go downstairs. He has a little look over. That should be done
99.
before he throws them 3 darts. Never make a decision while you stood there on the hockey. And Mike Warburton be frustrated with that big 3 on his penultimate dart. But again, a characteristic for Mike is the fact he doesn't show his emotions too much. And Max de Jong, I've seen a 130 already from him. He's going to get a dart at the 120. And if I can get my words out this time, he's looked so good in this type of situation.
80.
But he couldn't climb the ladder to its fullest extent. Warburton 66, looking to get his kicks en route to levelling this game up. And he's going to get a dart at tops. And de Jong has got an opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead and get halfway to the finishing post.
But interesting, 3 darts in hand this time. A lot of his finishes has been with that one last double. This will be a different scenario here. You would expect him to get it the way his finishing's been.
Game shot in the second leg.
And absolutely, that's plumbing the double 10. And like I said, he's an awful lot of things he can tick the box off of saying positive. I've got that done. His first leg, his first match. But one big tick, Henry, has been his finishing.
Well, if he wins this game, no matter what happens in his last couple of matches, he can be happy with what he has done today. More than happy with what he's done today.
And he's hitting the numbers I expected him. 79 average in the first one. He looked very tentative, very tight in the shoulders. Just shy of an 86 in the second one. He has got that lateral
70.
drift into the 5. That's not the first time he's done that. And it's usually when them shoulders are right up to his ears. You can just see the tension. No such problem for Warburton. Like I said, more of an issue for Warburton right now is the scoreline. And just keeping his concentration and frustration away as we have a closer look at the throw of Max. I think that could be a smoother release. He's stabbing and punching on that release of dart.
60.
Beautiful last dart. Did you see the extension of the arm there? And on the point of release, look how smooth that release of the dart is. And that's what I would be saying to Max. Don't punch at the dart.
It might be naive thinking here, but sometimes with that stab, can that sometimes be down due to nerves because this is a new experience?
Fear. Yeah, the fear of like, this is out of the ordinary. It's working here.
180. Might require 99.
Back-to-back maximums as we are studying their throws. Treble 20 needed. No dramas. Max way back on 191.
35.
Well, there's no 99 red balloons there for Mike Warburton. Although apparently, according to Chris Mason, balloons were flying everywhere last week. 64 then for Warby to bring it back to 2-1.
64. Mike, you require 64.
You've got me on that one. 64, start the 16's bed. You can have the best throw in the world, but when it gets down to that double at the end of it, that's when a little bit of bottle comes into it. And like I said, he's back in this match now, Mike Warburton. So Max de Jong is averaging just around about 83 at the moment. So that won't fear the other dart players. But I do sense that he's beginning to enjoy the situation right now.
I don't know about you. I feel like we're going to learn a lot about Max de Jong in this particular leg, because in those two victories, he was afforded time and chances. You get the sense of Mike Warburton, he's not going to get that luxury.
100.
Yeah, I think for Mike, it's that was a big leg for him there. Double 16, putting it to bed and just getting back into the game. Like I said, I don't think any players will fear Max. But you can see the thought process of Max. I won't like what he hears here.
140.
That first dart from Mike Warburton in the middle of that treble bed, smack bang in the middle. You can even see the puncher mark there on the board. That's his line. That's his first dart.
Yeah, I think the part of the modern game now, Henry, is not only do players want to hit the treble 20, but there's certain parts of the treble that the players feel really comfortable in as well, and that is... You would expect another one to follow.
140.
I'd love to see a heat map, a bit like what you get in golf in terms of where players hit off a tee shot and things like that. It'd be interesting to see a rough heat map of where first darts go with players.
Yeah, it's a big part of what these players are doing now. You know, a lot of technology in darts now is you can get the heat maps on there and you can assess your practice from there. Say very traditional, but it should go centre of the board. Why does that happen 9 times out of 10? And the big number must be hit here.
130.
Well, it's weird because you go for a target in the fear that you don't want to hit the target next door. But Warburton here threatening a break back, leaving 44. A double after 12 darts.
8.
Yeah, it was looking comfortable for Max at the beginning of this game. He was leading 2-0. Mike Warburton really didn't come out the traps, but within the space of a couple of minutes, Mike Warburton is looking full of confidence. A breaker throw there means that Mike Warburton becomes a big favourite for this game, purely for the fact that he has the throw in this match and seems to be finding that treble 20 with the first dart.
And there's also been no dramas in the legs that Mike Warburton has won. De Jong went 2-0 up with legs of 20 and 18. Warburton's brought it back to 2-2 with legs of 15 and 13.
40.
Yeah, 91 average in that opening win for Mike Warburton. He's averaging over 92 in this match. Looks like he's playing with a bit more pace.
78.
Well, we were mentioning, weren't we, that despite the excellence that Leonard Gates provided in the opening games, what Mike Warburton is doing is playing at an ascertainable level. She mentioned the 91 in the first one. It was a bit of a dip to the 84 in the second, but he's brought that range
40.
back up to that 91 level again here.
We keep labelling them the big hitters of this group, but they've all had
60.
good moments today. But also they've had that moment of disappointment, Leonard Gates, in the previous game there. Obviously, Andreas Harrison in that match against Max de Jong where he just missed double after double. I guess the one player who's the most frustrated is Connor Scott. He's backstage right now. He's
140.
chomping at the bit to get his first win in his next game.
But Warburton, from 2-0 down, has put on a real spurt.
99.
He's himself a 2-darter after 12. It could be a third consecutive leg in 5-visit range, which has seemingly been enough to dispose of Max in the last few legs.
Yeah, first dart was lovely. Nice and flat the way he likes it there.
140.
You can see the disappointment. He fancied the maximum there, but it's in the hands, you feel. He'd expect 6 darts from 84. May only need 2.
What a marker. What a guy. There's
Game
no
shot
way
the
he was
fifth
missing with the
there.
third.
Mike
15,
Warburton.
13, 15. The legs for Mike Warburton to come back from 2-0 down to lead 3-2.
Sick flag
And
is
suddenly
Max
Max
to
de
throw
Jong is
first.
staring down the barrel of
Game
defeat. He needs to hold throw just to stay in the match and to take us to a last leg decider.
Well, we haven't had a last match decided today. They've been pretty straightforward, most of the games. Only 2 of the matches not going 4-0.
59.
But Mike Warburton there, the fact that de Jong has gone trebleless. Like I say, he's just finding that treble 20 with the first dart. Second one often going low.
137.
But 2 trebles a visit, you become a big player this week.
If this is just Monday, I can't wait to see what the rest of the week is going to bring us. I think we're going to have some fun over the next 6 days here in Portsmouth.
180.
Yeah, fair play there to Max.
60.
Well, it's Easter week and we are skipping through the matches here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Sweet like chocolate.
It was a 180 in the previous visit.
140.
Stunning 6 darts. It looks like we're going all the way for the first time in this group here.
$60. Max,
He's going to get 6 here, de Jong.
Yeah, a couple of options on the 1-2-2. A lot of players using the bullseye when you've got at least 6 darts at it.
54.
Not so sure of the last dart there, but going for double 16 in that situation when your opponent's on 2-4-4. However, he goes through his pre-throw routine, can warp and put some pressure on the 68.
100.
A little.
Max requires 68.
But also, sometimes in a nervous scenario, you just do what's safest and feels most comfortable to you. To take us all the way to a last leg decider. And he will be kicking himself with that
32.
miss in the single
Mike
leg with his
Bagoy,
second dart.
144.
Yeah, and this is for the match. That silky, smooth throw. You can see he thought that was in.
100.
But
Max require
he leaves it
36.
pretty. But Max de Jong, who's been good on his doubles, remember, this time. A lot of pressure and tension on this.
Game shot on the sick flag. Max
What
de
tension.
Jong.
Absolutely plumbing the bed of that double 18. We're going the distance for the first time today.
7 from final leg. It's Mike to
The
throw
fact
first.
that Warburton has thrown
Game
first. The
on.
biggest 3 darts of this match pending.
You could say the biggest 3 darts of the day so far, because this leg will be the difference between 4 players all being tied on 4 points or there being a
60.
outright leader at the end of the 3rd round of matches. De Jong has effectively got an iron-like grip of this group if he can win this leg. He's effectively clubhouse leader.
42.
It's exactly what you want to hear, that opening score of 60, because Max is one of those players who doesn't often look at what his opponent's throwing. But both of them trebleless. He won't like what he hears here.
140.
Worton becomes now a big favourite for this match. He's got the throw. He's got the lead. A maximum needed for Max.
But he is not going to lift it to the max.
100.
And so Wolverton has control of this last leg decider after the first couple of throws.
Yes, absolutely sprints to the hockey there, does Worton. Here's Worton bringing home the bread.
140.
He's like a shark in the water where there's a bit of blood in amongst the sea life creatures. He sniffers it, he pounces, and he takes the prey for granted.
40. Mike Bagoy, 161.
Oh, this would be some way to win it. This would be an incredible way to win it. What a finish from Mike Worton. 2-0 down he was in that game. A real flip-flop of a match, and fair play to Max de Jong. He played his part in a fantastic game. Look at the response. That's what a 1-6-1 can do to you. There was not even a slight consideration there from Worton to lay that up. And that 1-6-1 has been the highlight of today. And look at those averages again, 94.61. Superb on the outer ring from the Welshman. And at 1-6-1 to boot. A fabulous way to finish that match. It's super tough. Apart from the next two coming up, a big game for Connor Scott against Michael Bagoy. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. As has to be said, it's been a fantastic Group A campaign. It promised to deliver, and boy has it done that. The real big hitters have come out fighting today. Really, really tight at the top. We've got 4 players sat on 4 points. The one player who isn't is the man retrieving his darts there, Connor Scott. Second favourite going into this Group A campaign against Michael Bagoy. And the Burger Man, you feel this is a big match for him to get his campaign up and running, but Connor Scott, I think he'll smell blood here. Was that too cheesy?
Well, Connor Scott's brain will be fried following the first couple of matches. Having run into two big performances from Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison. In matter of fact, if you average out the performances that he's come up against, they average to in and around 96. That's what he's come up against, but we mentioned it in the last game that he's the type of player 95. That, because he's so well respected, players just bring that extra level when they play him.
Yes, and a big thank you to people who are getting in touch on social media. It is a big part of what we do. We sat here for quite a few hours chatting all things darts, and I did take a bit of stick this morning from Clyde. Well, the good news is he's now followed me, so thank you, Clyde. But you're blocked.
140.
What is it with these ex-player commentators and their snides about social media, eh? Talking about Clyde, they played the Spartans in the Scottish League at the weekend. They drew 0-0.
140.
My guarantee is this game can't finish 0-0. Their hashtag on Twitter is BullyWe.
125.
I'll be bullying you in a minute.
39.
It's a big game here for both the players. Connor Scott's come out the traps nicely here.
Game shot in the first.
Solid as a rock, 14 darter. Michael Bagoy to be thinking to himself, they seem to be playing well against me. Remember, that's 9 legs on the spin there for the Burger Boy. If you win this match, you'd be the Burger King. Can we stop this now, by the way? I'm
59.
You're getting a bit salty, Glenn. What's your beef?
Will you stop looking at me like David Brent?
$25.
And the shape of the darts, like I said, they're them knobbly darts, aren't they, that Connor Scott throws. You just feel he can fit about 25 treble 20s in.
100.
Real power scorer, a term used in the world of darts now as we use that. You can just see there, Merv King style knobbly darts, very, very thin, which
60.
As we look and mention the technology of darts, like I said, conducive to big scoring.
Well, he used to throw with a setup of Simon Whitnott, now signed to a manufacturer, has done now for a couple of years, Connor, and the dart is based on what he was so successful with before. You can see the scallop towards the back of the barrel there, which is where he grips the dart from.
Yeah, whereas Michael's dart looks like a Nathan Aspinall dart, doesn't it? That bulbous bit at the bottom and very grippy at the top. Nathan Aspinall, one of those players, of course, that sort of throws virtually from the stem.
Well, this is for a 2-0 lead of the breaker throw. He's averaging in excess of 104 here, Connor Scott. And when he's got going, he has really got going. And Connor Scott really is moving through the gears here. He leads 2-0, averaging 103.66. 25 darts to complete the first 2 legs. Sorry, 29 darts.
Yeah, it's just one of those Group A campaigns. Every time I look up, someone is averaging over 100. Look at that, 107. Like I said, I had the luxury of working with the best 128 players in the world last week. That included Connor Scott at the Players' Championships. And, you know, they're making the game look ridiculously easy. But this Group A campaign, you know, fair play to all the players. And that number of 107 is rising. Just a mere 113.31 now.
It's okay.
46.
Well, the record for this year at the Super Series is
60.
109.81, which was hit by Tom Sykes at the last Champions Week, the man who came so close to hitting the jackpot. Scott, 2-0 up, averaging 121. His average is 109.
121.
We expected a response from Connor Scott.
65.
I didn't quite imagine it being this good. He'd be frustrated with that 65, but it leaves a 2-darter. Keep the game simple. We can't always have those darts fly all over. But Michael Bagoy is having a real torrid time right now. Is it another 14-darter?
Well, 15 would be going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that's massive average, just decimated with missed darts. That setup play. Well, like I said, he just goes through that pre-routine, just a little sip of the water. And Michael Bagoy, nowhere to be seen at the moment. Does leave the big fish, though.
Well, if he hits his first dart, his average will be 100.2. But it's not going to go. But he'll get it done in 17. And I actually said to you, didn't I, earlier on, Glenn, that with the amount of 4-0s and the quality we have, I would not be surprised to see an average of 100.2 today.
Yeah, fair play, you did. He's averaging 98.02 at the moment, so if I've got my maths right, a nice little 14-darter here, and you'll get your wish.
60.
Effectively, 100.2 is kind of known as the sanctum of consistency, because that's the equivalent of 15 darts per leg to complete a leg. So 100.2 average in a 4-0 format would mean that every leg was won in the equivalent of 15, which would be 60 darts. And that is well respected as the real mean for consistency.
However, his last 12 darts scores a 65, 36, 2 darts to win the leg, and 57. Connor Scott hasn't found a treble for a while.
46.
Not the one he needed. And that stratospheric average of 113 is no longer. Now it's just about winning the game. Get the 2 points. Get your campaign up and running.
He's only averaging 92. He's overhyped, overrated. It's poor.
Yeah, Bagoy needs a win.
119.
He just needs to get a leg on the board. Just to get in the... Have a right turn, Clyde.
47.
You're not letting go, are you?
He's blocked, so he can't read it.
On that note, we'll have to have a look at the chat room in a minute.
Yeah, I'm in a mood now. Hey, get it open. Let me have a read of this chat room. I said no chat room this morning, but now the juices are flowing. Right. Right, who's this balloon? Should be rupees, not pounds.
100.
Love you, miss.
Get your Spider-Man pyjamas on.
Yeah, that first dart, you expected more.
122. Michael, you're going 153.
Come on, Michael. You need a little spark of brilliance right now to get you going. Great start. Treble 20 needed.
Oh, to be. And so Scott, to complete the game, 112 he wants. It's been a real good performance, immaculate performance for the most part from the sniper, who really is now firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, he was pacing up and down behind Michael A. May go treble 18 here. That would have left the dreaded double 19, but 52. A big open bed.
Michael requires 76.
Michael Bagoy hasn't had a dart to double in this match so far. Big 16 for his first dart. It's tops. And he's up and running. Get in there, young Michael. That's exactly what he needed. Big smile on his face. Huge relief. Can he kick on?
You could see the relief on his face. And maybe, just like we said with Max, that could just be the thing that relaxes him. But he will not feel relaxed by that start.
180.
Yes, well, it was, Henry. Like I said, he's smiling, throwing his arms in the air, then turns round to hear a 180 there from Connor. Was so businesslike in his response there.
Now, expecting to go treble 19 here. Because he wants to hit the perfect 9 darts. He wants to go 3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s, and then hit the 3 bullseyes.
97.
He said, and I quote, "I want to break the internet."
Well, he said to me this morning, but don't tell anyone, Glenn, until I do it. Thanks, Henry.
180.
Last time he was here, it was in the double start week. And he asked me to keep a secret there. He was going to start on double 17 to create the perfect 9-dart leg in a double start format, when he could well have the nigh on perfect performance here. His average above 96.5, 50% on the finishing, and the man who was bottom of the table at a time really is getting up and running. He's got 6 for the match for a 4-1 victory, double 8 to complete it, but it doesn't go this time.
Yeah, nothing Bagoy can do on 2 or 3. It's been a bit of a torrid day so far for Michael. Like I said, that's the only problem. I've been there. I know what it's like to lose 8 matches on the spin.
8.
So I know how we'd be feeling. But Connor Scott, we were expecting a big performance. We get a big performance. Throughout that match, he was averaging well over 100, nearly shy of 115 after 2.5 legs. That dipped a little bit. But Connor Scott is one of the best amateur players in the world right now, and a 95.26. A statement of intent for the sniper. That's much, much better for Michael Bagoy. That difficult day continues. Just the 1 dart, the double for Michael. He hits that, but it was all about Connor Scott. As next up, another huge game. Who's going to go top of the table? It's Andreas Harrison against Mike Warburton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are, well, halfway through the session. And what a session we have enjoyed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we've raced through the session, as you can see, no more than 5-4-0 to kick off the campaign. Leonard Gates went 8 legs in a row. He then lost out in his last game to Andreas Harrison by that 4-0 scoreline, who has recovered from a slow start. In matter of fact, we've got 4 players on 4 points, and Connor Scott picking up his first win before the break against Mike Warburton. Glenn Dunham's been watching all the action with me in the commentary box. He joins me here now. What a standard. What a start we've seen.
Yeah, incredibly enjoyable. And those big heavyweight hitters that we talked about at the beginning of the show, they've had their real moments as well. And like I said, no one's gone unbeaten so far. And I think this all the way to Wednesday. And it's just, we seem to be flying through the games, which is a good indication how good the group's been.
Well, an excellent debut for Max de Jong, winning his first two matches. He took opportunities when they came, and he looks really relaxed into proceedings now.
It's that classic thing, and I think you highlighted it very early in his game. If he can just get that winning match under your belt, because he looked tight in the shoulders, and like I said, his finishing has been absolutely supreme, and I think we said he was picking up the scraps of the misfortune from the other players, and that's how it's feeling. And I just think he's grown into the competition, and then whatever happens now, I think he's sort of learning on the job as we go by as well, and an enjoyable debut.
Leonard Gates was fantastic out of the gate. He won his first two, 4-0, 4-0 in both games, averaging 98.56. Now, we asked whether there was going to be a looming hangover from the Champion of Champions defeat against Richie Howson. Doesn't look like that one bit.
Well, it's been the opposite, because normally when he comes here, he's incredibly tired after a very long session at the seniors, where more often than not, he's been really, really successful. And it's something we highlighted in the practice darts that he did, where he looked happy. He looked like he was really enjoying the day, and his darts were absolutely brilliant.
However, there was that 100 bust early on in the day.
Yeah, like I said, it was all a little bit jittery, wasn't it? He goes up there, but that's typical. At this point here, he's deciding, is that such a good marker to go tops? That was a little half-hearted. And like I said, you're just trying to replicate that second dart. You just don't get the line and length correctly, and it goes in. It's more embarrassment more than anything.
Elsewhere, in terms of Andreas Harrison, did we see in that last performance him putting the pieces of the jigsaw together? Because the scoring, there's been no issue. It's just been the finishing that's been his problem.
Well, finishing's been the problem only in the opening game. In his next two winning games, his doubles has been fantastic, but 1 from 17 in that opening match. But in this game against Leonard Gates, which could be the final on Saturday night, I thought he was supreme. And like I said, cool, calm and collected, like most Swedes are. Like I said, he was getting a little irritated, a little frustrated in that opening game there, but he's corrected those wrongs, and Harrison, a favourite in this tough group, is looking good.
Yeah, the darting king from Sweden, he missed 17 darts, a double in that opening game. Right, let's have a look at the table, no more jokes. So, Max de Jong leads the way. It's a four-way tie at the top of the table, and Connor Scott getting his first win in that last match there, and he would have felt like he ran into some in those opening couple of encounters.
Yeah, that was interesting when you interviewed him at the beginning of the game. He said he's walking into others, and my thought process there was that you often worry what the opponent's doing. Focus on what you're doing, and if they're hitting you with a left, you hit them back with a right. Connor would be my advice there. Don't worry. You get the sense where people seem to play well against me mentality. He's good enough to overcome anything.
Right, we'll see you in the commentary box in a few seconds' time. Well, week 4 saw the defending champion Scott Taylor bow out on his title defence, and when you think about the cast list for this week, well, there could well be a champion come from this pack.
Game shot and the match, and the MODUS Super Series champions.
Oh, yeah. Look that. And so does he. Leaves double 12. Hitting the 3-leg for the American Leonard Gates.
Take a bow.
Mike Wolverton.
Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game.
His first defeat of the night. It's a fantastic finish there from David Davies.
Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
On the fourth leg, David Evans.
Phenomenal.
Oh my
Game
goodness.
shot and the match, Jericho.
Yeah, Ashley Coleman will be making his long-awaited debut here at the Live Lounge on Thursday afternoon. That's in Group C from 1 o'clock here on the Super Series YouTube channel. We're expecting a big audience for that, and we could have a big audience here on Saturday night. It might be empty now, but it was brimmed to the rafters on Saturday evening to see Adam Lipscomb and Chaz Barster, the local favourites, in action. It was Neil Duff that won on Saturday night, and he's going to be a big contender for Champions Week. A place where both of these players have been before. Mike Warburton and Andreas Harrison, our 10th game of the morning session, and Harrison, it looked more like him last time out. A 4-0 win against Gates, 98.5 average, and 4 from 5 on the doubles.
100.
Yes, he's looking absolutely fantastic right now, and yeah, Warburton will fancy his chances in this game as well. It just seems like every game is
140.
Yeah, creating its own stories. A disappointing start, of course, for the Swede today. Bounced back very nicely. Whereas Mike Warburton, good win, disappointing, and then another good win there. So evenly matched, finely poised. Again, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, should be a good contest between these two. What do you think has clicked for Andreas? Because he's a player that we've known has had a lot of potential for a long time, but it's the last 6 months where he's turned into a real different beast, and maybe it's become a player that maybe we didn't even know he had this ceiling, without being disrespectful.
I mean, I go all the way back to the Swedish Open round about 2015 or 16, and I played him in the semi-final and final. And like I said, he came to the MODUS Super Series. We saw that, how he's evolved since then. The disappointment of not qualifying through his group on legs difference. You know, then he has a tremendous MODUS Super Series. He's doing good on the Nordic and Baltic circuit. He takes that to European. He's just playing with freedom and confidence. We've seen this before.
Well, it would have been back-to-back legs for Mike Warburton in 161 outs.
150.
150 for Harrison. And this is a type of finish that really is in his wheelhouse, but he can't take it out on this occasion. And so Warburton leaving double 12 after 12 for the break of throw in this opening leg.
Might require 24.
He does like that marker.
Game shot
followed by the execution of the dart.
Warburton.
For the first time today, seems to use that first one as a sighter.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Got a little swagger about the stage. And when Warburton's winning, you know that Warburton's winning because he has an aura and a presence about him.
81.
Yeah, you can just see the reaction of that one because he is sort of missed the consistency on that 20 bed. Whereas you get the flashes of extreme brilliance from Harrison.
In Sweden, we've learned through some of the players that we've had here at the Super Series is
100.
Perhaps the next nation to really unearth a darting gem. Harrison's going to be top of that list because of what he's done recently, but you've got the likes of Oscar Lukasiak and Anton Östlund who have done good things here or elsewhere, and the work that the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour are doing really are coming to prevalence now.
I mean, it's a global sport now, isn't it? You know, we saw that at Alexander Palace with the Asian players, the North American players, but, you know, I've played in Scandinavia. I mean, it's the Denmark Open coming soon, and I think that's one of the best audiences I ever played in front of. So I think they would be like royalty if you could get a real superstar from that region.
Harrison is showing real promise of that. And I think if he can go one step beyond a weekly win and turn it into a Champions Week win, I think it'd be a real breakthrough for the Scandinavian territory. It'd be as good as a major triumph.
Might require 93.
Can Warburton triumph in leg 2, 93 to double his lead. And he's going to get a couple in hand at double 18. And again, a lovely guide with the first, but is not followed with the hit with the second.
I
think he thought that was in the way that dart was flying through the air. Options on 66. Well, he's got away with that because it's such a big target there. It's just the dart at tops.
46.
And again, the way his dart sits, I have a feeling he thought that was in. Chance for Warburton.
2 9s. And now the double troubles have gone the other way. And now it's Andreas Harrison looking to pounce on missed opportunities. It's been he who's been missing the doubles today. But this time he punishes on a miss. And back we are level 1-1.
Yeah, one of the few real scrappy legs today as well. That's
like it's Andreas to
frustrate Mike Warburton there. You can see the little shake of the head.
What do you mean he's frustrated?
Yeah, the little misery cam, as we call it here now.
Well, when you played, it was called Glen Cam.
That's your third one in day one. You've been waiting for me, haven't you, for 12 weeks? I told you. It's better to be a has-been than a no-been. Isn't that right, Clyde? It's just called me a washed-up has-been.
180.
Well, you enjoyed that, did you, Henry? That's your fourth on day one.
I was enjoying the max.
One more on my DRA list.
140.
Yeah, but do I get suspended with full pay?
You get paid.
60.
I think that's 4-2 now.
What was the ABBA joke in there, by the way? Anyway.
Well, Harrison won 2-1 to make it 2-1 and to turn this game on its head. Remember, Warburton missed a handful of darts to go 2-0 up in this contest. Likes the 25 when his opponent is on a finish because it gives him a route to his favourite double 18. And how many times do we see him on a 141 or an 81 go treble 15, double 18? Because he just loves that lie there.
Yeah, he's left a finish also that many of the dart players will practice and the like when you see the 64s of this world. 76, very similar.
76.
Don't be too greedy on the first dart. Lay it up and execute the double. Keep it simple.
56. Mike require
Worton handed another opportunity, but this time it's a ton-topping opportunity, which he has got more than a chance of taking now. He's going to have a dart at double 16. Grazes the wire.
Yeah, he messed about with the doubles, didn't he, in leg 2. And I just fancied with that one dart in hand that was going to go there. Harrison at double 10 in the last leg.
No score.
Did not expect him to miss there.
16.
But both, I think, at the understanding how important this game is.
Game shown the third leg. Mike
Worton leads 2-1. And just looking at the in-play table now, every time a player of these two takes the lead, they do go top of the table. That's the carrot that's dangling. $100.
Harrison won't be one that gets fazed by moments going against him in a game. We mentioned so often about his ice-cool composure in key elements of matches. He's one of those players you've got to chip away against, but until that winning double goes in.
$180.
The impressive scoring just continues again. Another couple of maximums in this match already, both coming from Andreas.
45.
But it is Warburton that leads this match 2-1. Warburton's not a prolific 180 hitter. He does hit an incredible amount of tons and ton 40s without this consistency we've been talking about. But Andreas, as we did mention, has this flashes of brilliance where he can turn a match upside down with his scoring.
60. Andreas, you require 82.
He just keeps snapping at your ankles, doesn't he, at every single turn. Just when you thought you've wriggled Harrison off, he finds a way of clawing his way back into matches. Double 16 for 12 data and 2-2, but he is going to come back for 3 more at double 8, and maybe the southwest side of the board may be more fortuitous to him than the southeast side has been over the last couple of legs. But here comes the Warburton riposte.
180.
Like I said, Warburton doesn't hit many 180s. Thank you, Mike. Cutting edge commentary here.
Game shown the
But absolutely sublime from Harrison. We've got parity at 2-2. Like I say, we've had a day where an incredible amount of 4-0 victories. As we come to the conclusion of the day, he just sent that a lot of the matches are getting a lot tighter. Who will be top of the table overnight? We are none the wiser.
45.
And it may not be one player who's top of the table overnight, because there is a conceivability we could have more than one leader at the end of the first day's play.
60.
Go and sit in that corner, have a little think about what you've just said, and then come back to me. Perfect dart for Warburton.
140.
Just an enjoyable day. It's just been a... Sometimes you can build these groups up. It's been fabulous scoring, and now we're getting the tension as well. Some
60.
tighter games. And is it the experience of Mike Warburton? He loves being here at the MODUS Super Series. Very reminiscent of Neil Duff. Course and distance winners. just seem to find ways of getting to Saturday night and winning.
Do you also think with Mike as well, he's in that particular moment where a lot of the things we talk about with him have been in the past. We don't talk so much about the future with Mike Warburton, and maybe he wants that record to change over the course of the next week or so.
Yeah, but what's his targets? What's his plans? I mean, you can see with Andreas, he's on the Nordic Tour. He wants to play at the PDC, went to Q-School. You know, what's Mike's next couple of years around? Didn't do Q-School? You're going to correct me there, aren't you?
I believe he did, yeah.
I've gone and sat in the corner.
That's Glenn in the corner.
140.
101 for 3-2 and the break. He'd be throwing for the match if this goes. We're still on. Trouble for Tops. Tops it is for a great act of recovery.
61. Andreas requires 76.
Of a wire. And look what Andreas needs. We've talked about these are the types of finishes. What an unbelievable first start. So
Game
clinical.
on the fifth leg.
That's a confident man. And that's the most of a fist pump you'll ever see from Andreas. Like I said, he's a man doesn't show any emotion whatsoever. He really has the importance of that 76 finish.
And it's interesting we speak about the evolution of Andreas Harrison as a player. I just wonder whether, because of what he's done and because of the way that we talk about him, whether he comes into this now maybe with a little bit more pressure on his shoulders.
43.
Because the expectations have seismically shifted as far as he's concerned. He's the type of player that now the expectation for him is to make Champions Weeks, and maybe to a certain extent, not making it can be seen as a little bit of a failure. He really is in the groove now.
Yeah, 4 maximums in this game.
Well, we expect it to be a tight contest. It's 3-2. Both players averaging in and around the same region. But Harrison
100
has half taken the darts here. 140 would have put him in control of the leg, but it asks the question of Warburton here. A dry turn, and Harrison will have 6 to complete the match.
59.
Yeah, Warburton is quite match sharp. Got to a quarter-final of a challenge tour last week, losing to the eventual winner, Lee Cox, who I know watches an awful lot. So if you're watching, Lee, many, many congratulations from the MODUS Super Series team.
Harrison tops after 12 to really turn this game on its head. It was a scrappy opening couple of legs or so, but Harrison really has put his foot on the pedal. This would be a second 13 dart if he can pin the tops for a 4-2 victory. And Andreas Harrison is beginning to make some major moves. Mike Warburton will feel like that was a game that he should have grasped, but it is one that's in the leisure of the Super Swede, Andreas Harrison. He's cool, he's calm, he's collected, and he is now top of the pile. A 4-2 victory against Mike Warburton with an average of 93 and 33% when it comes to the finishing. Those are the sorts of numbers we come to expect of Dirty Harry these days. Coming up after the break, Michael Bagoy looking to get off the mark as he takes on the imperiously looking Leonard Gates. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The meeting between Leonard Gates and Michael Bagoy sees the soldier up against the burger boy, and it's been a case of feast or famine for these players so far. For Michael Bagoy, just the solitary leg to his name, whilst for Leonard Gates, well, he breezed through the first couple of matches before then losing 4-0 to Andreas Harrison. It's fair to say that Michael is going to have to maybe just find another level here.
Yeah, tough ask. And like I said, it's very difficult when you get in that role of losing games on that incredible stage up there. And like I said, he has your hopes and dreams as you walk into the venue. When you're suddenly looking at 3-4 wins on the spin, it can affect your experience while you're here. Like I said, Michael, one big win against Leonard Gates and everything's rosy in the garden again.
Well, he's improved game by game. First game, 73.1 the average. Then brought it up to 78.48 against Nigel de Jong, and then 80.4. And in fairness, there wasn't much he could have really done in that game against Connor Scott, who ran red hot in that particular match.
Yeah, big thanks to people contacting again. James Beaton as well, a guy whose career I follow an awful lot, telling me that I was looking at Mike Warburton on my notes, and it was Michael saying, but Mike has been travelling with James on the Q School, and they were in Challenge Tour last week. Hasn't picked up his darts. He's one of those players who just doesn't need to practice and uses that incredible throw.
57.
I'll teach you Google later on tonight.
Yeah, so thanks for keeping me right, James. As Bagoy, this has been his best start. Finding the treble, option of the treble 19 or the bullseye. The reason I like the bullseye there, you're guaranteeing yourself at least a 2-darter there.
Well, Gates yet to get out the traps in this first leg. Bagoy has got the opportunity to take a 1-0 lead. He's got 6 from here. This will be the settler that he could duly do with. 2 8s.
Yeah, just double checking it's 8 there. Could be a bit of a happy accident. Clearly not intentional because he's just working out what he needs.
46.
And got away with that one. That very easily could have trickled into double 16. Like you say, a slow start here from Leonard.
They must be heart-in-mouth moments when someone goes for double 8 and hits a double 16, Glenn.
40. Michael, you're
he got his
60.
own back recently, don't worry. But chance here for Bagoy.
No score.
Yeah, and I have a theory there. If he's
138.
played 3 and 1-3, that double 8 goes no problem. He's just searching, and like that clear, they're just trying too hard to get that double in, and this would hurt. He hasn't been in this leg whatsoever.
Double 12 for 138.
140.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I thought that was a certainty. I thought it was one of those classic legs. Michael being by far the best, but hitting every wire possible. This is so tough now.
No score.
Well, that just sums up his day.
Leonard,
Well, you know how we said that winning this leg would give him confidence, losing it could go the other way. And Gates
Games
pins
on the
double
first
12
set.
to break
Leonard
and
Gates.
lead 1-0.
It's not as if he threw a bad dart or a double there.
To throw first. Game on.
And this is where the psyche comes into it. That mind right now is, well, just overthinking, spinning.
96.
Rolls reversal for Gates. Doesn't look like it there. Let's see, he came out the trap beautifully well this morning. Remember, he did take a bit of a beating from Andreas Harrison, did Leonard Gates. So he wants to get his campaign up and running again. He'll finish the day, the final match of the day against Max de Jong, a game I'm sure he'll fancy.
100.
I have a couple of questions about the Burger Boy shirt. Nothing wrong with a burger.
60.
First of all, why is there a dart in the bun? And secondly, why has the burger got an army corporal's hat on it?
93.
I don't know, but I know a man that does. Clyde, I've unblocked you. Hit me with it. You know Bean.
140.
Yeah, you get to this stage. Well, I mean, come Friday, we'll have watched these players for 4 or 5 days. You get to know them. But already, Michael just searching for that one real moment. He's finding his scoring boot in this match.
134.
Like I say, very easily and should be 1-0 up.
$58. Michael, you require 71.
71 for Bagoy to level this game up. He had a plentiful opportunity to win leg 1, but he wins leg 2. He breaks back. He levels up at 1-1. And it's a good recovery for Michael because things could have so easily gone wrong after that first leg. But credit's got to go where credit is due.
Yeah, and a real tough double 5 there for Leonard Gates. Yeah, just thinking to himself, what's going on here? This is where you've just got to gather your thoughts. You'll see players just take 2 or 3 seconds.
59.
Who's been the one that's really stood out for you so far?
Andreas Harrison, because he could and should be unbeaten today.
100.
The first game was a classic. We know the reason why I lost it is he just couldn't buy a double whatsoever. He impresses me, Henry, every time I see him.
100.
See, I've followed the career of Connor Scott. I feel like I know his game better than he does. Mike Warburton, you just know what you're going to get with him. Flattered to deceive a little bit that last game. And like I said, it's been a bit of a roller coaster for Leonard Gates. It's came out very quickly, but just seems to be on that little bit of a downer right now. He needs to find something. So for me, Andreas Harrison.
A roller what?
A roller coaster.
100.
Much better scoring. The scoring power pack here belongs to Michael Bagoy. 2 extra 140s compared to the usual phenomenal scoring of Leonard Gates.
85.
Yeah, it's just gone a little bit quiet for Leonard, and Bagoy has got 6 and 143 to open up a 2-1 lead. Conceivably, he could be 3-0 up in this particular match.
96.
Yeah, beautiful last, a tentative second dart there from the Burger Boy. Well, that beautiful final dart there. 2 darts away from a 2-1 lead.
Well, we said that he's been getting better game on game, and he's getting better here. The average 84.71, and that's despite 8 missed darts at a double. But he's not going to go 2-1 up at this juncture.
Require 158.
Where are you, doubles, he's asking. And Leonard Gates just has not started this match. He hasn't had any mid-match or anything. But he can just provide brilliance from absolutely anywhere. Are we going to have one of those moments? Well, that was different.
107. Michael, you require 20.
I'm glad I'm not the ref here, but a chance here from the man from Bedford.
Game shot in the third leg. Michael Bagoy.
Answers on a postcard.
Yeah, he would have finished on the bullseye, wouldn't he? Treble 18, treble 18 bull rather than the traditional double 19 on the 158. Welcome to the world of finishing of Leonard Gates.
60. 100. 70.
This is much, much better to see, and you can just see the confidence growing in. But a funny old performance here from Leonard Gates, Henry.
Yeah, it's way below anything we've seen from him today. He came out the tracks flying, did he, with those 298.56 averages. And even in the game against Harrison, when he lost 4-0, he averaged 86.
65.
It was pretty much a scoring average because he only had a couple of darts at double. But there's been no signs today that a performance like this has been on the cards. And credit's got to go where credit's due here for Michael Bagoy, because again, he's improving game on game, incrementally, and by continuing to chip away in matches, he may well get his rewards in this particular contest.
Yeah, these elite players, you're sort of looking at the finer details, and on 306 there, should have started on the 19s, because you've got a better percentage of getting down to a finish there. So just the small things for Gates. His concentration levels, he seems to be looking about. And Michael Bagoy, this is by far his best performance so far. It's certainly on the scoring element. He won't be delighted with his scoring ratio, his doubling ratio 84. Right now. But Bagoy is a big favourite for this game. This is for a breaker throw, this 150.
Well, when you stick with the task here at the Super Series, more often than not, you'll get your just rewards. But Gates prepping himself in the background.
Yeah, such the perfect marker there. Should stay there. Does stay there. Leaves himself a handy finish. Big moment here for Michael Bagoy on this 107. So treble 17. Yeah, you know exactly how he feels because he...
47.
And I think he fancied that.
64.
And so this is for 2-2. And I think the worry as well is he's thinking at some point Gates is going to click out of the slumber at some point. And he wants to take advantage of him whilst in this mode. But Gates, when it comes to the finishing, makes no mistake. 2-2.
I was going to say before the 3 darts there, this 64 goals, I fancy Gates to win it. He needed something, but Bagoy will be thinking, oh, just when I could sense a chance for a big lead. But in reality, he has the dart. It's a best of 3 match now. And scoring like that, Michael Bagoy, you can see out this game.
Put me in the mind of Michael Bagoy. When you've got a player like Leonard Gates who isn't playing at his best, are you thinking in the back of your mind, at some point he's going to click, so take advantage now?
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got a very excited player, mate. He's on debut here. He's worked incredibly hard on the ADC circuit. He's the top man in the east of England, and he's regularly doing the vault system. And like I said, I think his mentality is just, come on, just get me a win under the belt. And then suddenly we'll see a different Michael Bagoy. It is a brutal group. I'm sure when every single player looked at this week and went, wow, this was a week to avoid.
Yeah, I think the Burger Boy would have had a chip on his shoulder having a look at this week's lineup.
Do you know, I thought we were talking serious for a second then. And then straight into your puns. Anyway, how's Patty?
58.
Yeah, you just see the dart fly there. Right smack bang in the treble 20.
100.
This is good.
All you can ask of somebody is to keep trying and improving in every single game, and that's exactly what Bagoy is doing here. And this would be a prize scalp, Leonard Gates, considering the way that he got out the gates today. 1-2-1 for 3-2, treble 17 for the ball.
Yeah, options on 84. Backup sets. I mean, Michael has been the better player in this match. Like I said, the only difference is Leonard Gates has been superb on his doubles. He's not going to get down to 1 in this attempt. And Gates got back into this match with a 64 finish.
64.
An opportunity here for Michael Bagoy to lead this match 3-2 with the same finish. Perfect first dart, 2 darts. He's had his trials and tribulations on double 8.
Game shot on the
But that time he takes full advantage and he leads 3-2. And you could just see from that celebration there, real sign of relief.
Throw first. Game on.
Is the tide turning?
He felt that was must go because I think quietly in the background he would have thought that Gates was in the type of mood or would bring himself into a mood to take out the 106. That's what good players do. They may not play at their best, but they just find the key moments when they matter.
$140.
I just get the feeling that Leonard Gates is not one for reputations. I don't think he really cares who he plays this week. I think for me, it's all about Leonard. If he plays well, I think deep down he thinks I'm going to win this game. But I think for Michael, what a scalp this would be. To beat Leonard Gates could be a real big moment for him.
100.
I think that's partly due as well to the way the American systems go. You play so many games against so many different people that you don't really care for reputations.
59.
I just think it's in his personality. And if I was Michael right now, I'd start planning my attack for the first 3 darts of the next leg. But what a way to finish this one, Leonard.
128.
He's going to come back for a couple upon his return. Leonard, as he has done all game, having a treacherous look over at the scoreboard, and when he has a look at it, he'll see his opponent on a finish for the match. For 14 darter, it just goes in the single one. And both the darts at double 16 kissed the wire.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Michael Bagoy had a sensational attempt at the 148 last time. It's not to be. So 108, you could go down to 19s. You could actually so many options on 108.
Leonard, you require 32.
You would think it's going to go the distance. We talked at the beginning of the day how good Leonard is on his doubles.
Game shot on the sixth.
It's been his saving grace once again. We are going the distance. Michael Bagoy has been the better player out the two of them. A little fist pump there.
Final leg, it's Michael to throw first.
Biggest 3 darts of the day for Michael Bagoy.
$82.
Great find with the last dart. Forces Leonard to hit at least a ton. He's going to do that job and more. 140 means he's stolen the throw after the first round of visits.
$99.
The standard today, as we've talked an awful lot, but this has been a really enjoyable game. It gets to a sense of, you know, you're watching a player struggle.
140.
But to see him have one big opportunity here, however, Leonard Gates is a big winner. He knows how to get through when times are difficult.
100.
But Bagoy, that final treble there just keeps him involved.
Great players find ways of winning matches even when they're not at their best. And Gates in this last leg has found by far his best leg in this match. And from absolutely nowhere, he's on for an 11-dart leg to complete a 4-3 win in a game that Bagoy has played his best darts of the week in, but it could well be in vain.
Leonard, you require 44.
Well, Leonard Gates hasn't been at his sparkling best in this match.
36.
Missed out at a double. That is a surprise. Big chance. Shanghai for Bagoy.
To climb the ladder towards success, but it's not going to be done on this occasion. And now he hopes and he prays that Gates snuffs up 3 opportunities at double 4.
Leonard, you require 8.
You would expect no more chances for Michael Bagoy. Leonard Gates, double 4. This is tricky, but he gets there in the end. That's a beautiful last dart. Not at his brilliant best, that he'll admit. It's a smile on his face and also a wry smile there for Michael Bagoy. Lots and lots of positives there. The man from Bedfordshire and Burger Boy will be back, but that was a real missed opportunity because Leonard Gates for the majority of that game was second best. He just found a way of winning, and that's sort of a different aspect there for Leonard Gates, but a big win for him and Michael Bagoy. The troubles continue. We move on to another game that's up next. It's Max de Jong against Connor Scott.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Leonard Gates got the better of Michael Bagoy by 4 legs to 3 before the break. Next up for us, it is Max de Jong up against Connor Scott. Scott, who, well, he's had his trials and tribulations. He's played some good stuff, but he's only got one win to show for those efforts. Up against de Jong, who has been the punisher of opportunities so far today. He won his first 2, but then lost out in the last leg decider against Mike Warburton last time out. And Connor Scott is going to provide a similar test to that, you sense, of Mike when he averaged 94.5 in that game.
Yeah, I think the expectation is here now for Connor Scott. And like I said, I think sometimes a game can come in which is absolutely perfect timing. And like I said, Connor Scott a 2-0 down. I think this is not going to plan. And I say his previous game, that average, as you mentioned there, was exactly what he needed. And I anticipate another big performance here from Connor Scott. I never fear that he's going to burn out during the day. I just think he gets super strong. He's without for the fear of repeating myself. He practices so much that.
77.
And he's one of those players, Henry, that in between games he'll be heavily on the board as well.
Tipped as one of the hardest working pros on the circuit.
30.
And we mentioned that Andreas Harrison's probably 43. In the top 10 players of our tour card. You probably have to put Connor Scott in that same conversation.
Is there anyone else this week? Because like I say, it's just an indication of how good this week is.
I'll give Gates top 16, definitely. To and fro maybe at the minute as to top
40.
10.
What's your 1, 2, 3?
At the minute, Darryl Pilgrim probably number 1. I think Neil Duff's is in the conversation
57.
as well for one of the top players of our tour card right now. Danny Jansen, Andy Bolton.
Yeah, Danny Jansen, good shout.
That when Steve West gets back to full fitness, we're going to see a guy who,
125.
well, he eats up tickets to Champions Week like they're going out of fashion.
134.
Of course, who can get Alex Spellman?
Well, don't mention Alex Spellman to me because I told everybody he will get through Q School. I said, nailed on. I said, there's not even a question about it.
Does his tips again coming up trumps.
Yeah, I thought that was nailed on.
90.
Is this nailed on for Scott? That's the bullseye.
Game shot.
Just seemed to fiddle with his dart, and I just thought maybe should have stood back a little bit. How wrong could I be on that one? Absolutely nailed that.
It's Connor to throw first. Game on.
There's your favourite average, 15 darter, 100.20.
131.
Increase in pace, Henry?
Yeah, but I think that's because he's now beginning to really find the flow, isn't he? I think Connor is one of those players that really does build and draw upon confidence, which is
70.
Maybe indicative of actually when you have a look at some of his form during his 2 years on the tour, a lot of those deep runs, they came consecutively.
100.
Yeah, everything I always say to Connor Scott is I remember going sort of quite deep into a competition, into a Players' Championship at Barnsley, and up walks this Connor Scott, and I felt like I knew everybody, and I was like,
45.
who on earth is this guy? And he clearly beat the seed on the board, etc., etc. So it's great. And since that day, we became friends. We messaged each other, and I've sort of followed his career then. And that's what he does. He's got that beautiful combination of a real big scorer. And when his doubles are going as well, like you said there, he's one of the top players who doesn't have that Pro Tour card.
Well, he left
45.
90 in the last leg, hit it for a 15 dart leg. He could do it in 3 darts fewer, maybe 4 darts fewer. Double 10
80.
doesn't go. Well, the 100.2 average is still on, Glenn.
Yeah, he just, when he's playing quick, he does seem to play the piano a little bit with them darts in his fingers there.
91.
You'd be hoping to hit all the right notes here.
Game shot on the
Straight for the
second
double
leg.
5, no mistake.
Connor
2-0
Scott.
Scott, 13 darter. The average 107.36, 28 darts to what could be the halfway point.
To throw first. Game
Well, Henry, you're my go-to person for statistics of MODUS Super Series. Like I say, you've been here almost part of the furniture now. Have you seen a day where every time we're looking up, in the early phase of the matches in particular,
45.
all we're seeing is 100+ averages. We haven't really seen the players kick on at the back end of legs and see out a real big 100+ average. But every time I look up after 2 or 3 legs, that's what we're seeing.
There's been a couple of occasions. I mean, the one that really sticks out to me is that Series 4 Champions Week, which I think is the best Champions Week that we've had here. When you had Vampire, Bolton, Littler, West, all the big beasts were in action in that particular Champions Week. And we saw some astronomical figures there. I do remember a week, and it involved Mike Warburton, him and Robert Thornton. They were trading big numbers left, right and centre. But for more than 2 players to do it, I can't remember outside of Champions Week.
I mean, the next phase of that, of course, is, we want to see him at the back end of legs as well, but real good indication of
100.
I agree with. Stay with us this week.
If you were a player that was playing later on in the week, say like a Jared Cole, what would you be thinking about the standard right now?
I'd just be focused on the spotting, actually.
Ashley Coleman will be joining proceedings as well. The long-awaited debut for the Prince of Darkness.
100.
Yes, I've had to go to social media to get all me information. Actually, we get all the stats, of course. We've all got websites that we can look at, but I wanted to find out a little bit about him.
You sure you googled Ashley Coleman or Ashley Cole?
82.
Yes, I'm still getting over the Mike Warburton mistake earlier. I'm sure you'll keep reminding me. Big 17. To get back in this match, it's Tops. He does take his time with that third dart.
42.
Not always to his credit. It was a nervous look over to see what the finish was of Connor Scott.
So to get 1 back and just to keep himself ticking in the encounter, Tops is what he wants. By and large, when he's had chances, he's taken them, and he has taken that opportunity there. And so he just keeps Connor Scott a little bit honest here, although the sniper does have the darts for a 3-1 lead. Of course, you can keep in contact with us at the Super Series. Our handle is at MSS Darts, and you can also keep in touch with the chat room on YouTube. If you are a subscriber to the Super Series YouTube channel, you can get in touch with the coverage.
You were obsessed with it. You want Mason back here, don't you? That's what you want. Can someone please write in the chat room, we love Henry? Let's get a trend in. Henry, Henry, Henry. Not you though, Clyde. I haven't finished with you.
Yeah, but we do want truthful comments.
So you may see Connor Scott go downstairs on such a big lead who doesn't need to even that 1-3-3 out.
128.
How do you pick a winner this week? I think we've seen the brilliance from all those big heavyweight hitters so far. Harrison being your player of the day so far?
Has to be. I think the numbers over the course of each of the matches have indicated that. 105 for Scott for a 3-1 lead. He's going to get a dart. A double 16. And surprisingly enough, that would be for his first ton-topping finish of the day, which comes, you'd think, as a bit of a surprise. Surprise is the word I want.
Can you start that again, please, Henry? Just double check on that score. We don't want to see the bust. That incredible bust score of Scott Taylor last week. But 32 for Connor Scott. This is exactly the type of performance we were looking for. Once again, still averaging over the 100. He's got so many qualities, hasn't he? His skill set is there, and I expect him to be there Saturday night. But like I said, it's just a tough group. Even in the in-play table right now, he's sat second bottom.
Well, somebody had to be upset in terms of the league table.
Come on, what are you laughing at now? Is there a We Love Henry there, is there?
There's not one, there's 3 of them.
Come on, keep it coming, everyone. Feed the ego. Feed the ego. That is Henry Deacon. Me. Come on, chat room.
82.
How do you type into a chat room then? Do I have to log into YouTube and then it'll give me the option?
Well, you have to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want to be a part of the chat room.
See how I did that? Straight in, because I'm a social media mogul.
And guess what? On top of that, on top of all the live action, which you're watching right about now, you can subscribe to Geek across all of our other bonus content. The Bullseye challenges, all of our other challenges. There's even going to be a game of golf on there between Devon Peterson and Neil Duff.
You would think that was rehearsed, wouldn't you?
94.
Good moments here for Max de Jong. Nice little 140 when you see that 180 there, but yeah, that was an incredible bust last week from Scott Taylor, wasn't it? Thought he was on 200.
44.
Well, apparently the commentator was left surprised, according to some newspaper articles.
Oh, feed the ego. Henry, there's more than just you here.
80. Match require 136.
Right. I've just had the best news in my ears there. If we can get We Love Henry 50 times, MODUS Super Series are going to sack him. 1368 from de Jong. Yeah, you know, we felt about that. 61 left. Doesn't need necessarily to go for the corner bull. So many people are using that strategy, the treble 7. This would be for the match.
102. Max
Has full
54.
conviction with everything he does, Connor Scott. De Jong to keep this game going. Tops. Double 10.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Yes, Max, if you're watching these games back, a lot of players do self-reflect. They go back to the hotel rooms and look at some of the games.
Leg, it's Connor to throw first.
And I think he's here with his partner. I had a look at his social media yesterday travelling, and if she is watching, tell him his finishing is absolutely
96.
fine. But not to give too much away in the body language in the scoring phase. Try and play with a bit more of freedom, a bit more of a smile on your face. Says the man who played 8 and sulked his way through 8 games. Yes, I know.
Got some bad news for you, Glenn. I think I might have to depart.
What's the bad news? Come on, chat room. We love Henry. I need another 41 and he's gone.
Dave Lemick says we love Henry times 50. Does that count? Oh no, this is not good news.
I will look at him. He's like the kid on Christmas morning. Oh, everybody loves me. Connor Scott on 309, starting on the 19s.
59.
Henry, watch the game.
A game that Connor Scott now has in his grasp. Max de Jong, who, well, he threatened the comeback trail, didn't he? But Scott, just sticking with the task, could well get his Just Awards here. 250, and he's got 6 from here.
$60.
And once again, he just dying a little bit at the end of the matches, Connor Scott. He's averaged a ton right throughout this match, but just now down to around about the 96 mark, which is very, very impressive, by the way. But if you just want to do this 190 and around about the 6 starts, he sets the bar very high. He's got such big expectations. Perfect first start.
121.
22 We Love Henry's. 28 more, please. I'll even shut a set of Glenn has-been does a darts in.
Well, Scott for the match, 69.
59.
And this would be to make it 2
69.
wins from 2 after losing his first 2. It's been a great recovery to his day, Connor Scott. Single 19. Gears himself a dart at tots for the match,
49.
which drags below.
Match require 100.
Yeah, if he does miss, Connor usually is below. It's a shake of a head there. Like I said, wax lyrical about the finishing of Max de Jong. This would be special. Like the reaction, like the fact he's got those expectations. Connor Scott just goes back, does his pre-throw routine. And as Henry said, he started the day very, very slowly, did Connor Scott. But this is for his second win on the spin. And to get right back in the mix.
No score.
And we know how good Max de Jong has been in these particular scenarios. When he's been given an opportunity, he has by and large taken them. And he's going to have to take this. Because you don't expect 3 more misses from Connor Scott. It's tots for 3-3. And another last leg decider. But it doesn't go. And Scott comes back.
Yes, as good as his doubles have been, they look pretty nervy. Connor Scott, like I say, sets the bar very high. He was averaging well over 100 throughout that game. Just tailed off a little bit at the end. But the most important thing for Connor Scott, it's his 2 wins after a disappointing start to the day. His final game will be against Mike Warburton. It's the penultimate game. Big smiles on the face from both. The camaraderie is great between the players. But Connor Scott, he showed his class in the end, and he moves on to 4 points. It's the final games for the players, and first up, it's going to be Michael Bagoy against Andreas Harrison.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 4 rounds down for the day. And what an intriguing day we have seen. This is how the league table looks. Andreas Harrison and Leonard Gates both top of the pile. The quality really coming to the top and coming to the boil. Harrison, having lost his first game, has been perfect ever since. Gates getting out the tracks beautifully, but then had a little bit of a mid-session wobble. De Jong, Warburton, Scott all on 4, but Bagoy waiting to get his first win. But that could come here in what is the bookenders battle, as Harrison, top of the pile, takes on Bagoy, bottom of the league table. Now, on the basis of everything that we've seen, then you would expect Andreas Harrison to win routinely, but there was signs for Michael Bagoy in that last game that he's not going to go down lightly.
Like I said, we talked in the first game there that Michael Bagoy, sometimes that you get the right play at the right time. However, when you've played 4, lost 4, the last person in the world you want to see is Andreas Harrison, because Andreas Harrison, the only Achilles heel was one match where his doubles were pretty poor. Apart from that, it's been a pretty flawless performances 60 from the Super Swede, and this would be a tough ask here for Michael Bagoy.
85.
Harrison just doing what Harrison does here at the Super Series. He's the king of Group A. The last couple of times he was here, he won the Group A. He then subsequently went on to win the week.
140.
Yeah, and who's to argue with that again, Henry? Because, like I said, he ticks all the boxes, doesn't he? He's a monster scorer.
100.
Like I said, when he gets his doubles percentages going, he's as good as anybody that you were seeing here at the MODUS Super Series. And he's confident.
140.
Yeah, looks in very good nick here. I mean, the only reason why... I mean, even in that game where he missed 16 darts at a double, his average was 86. He hit 3 maximums. The scoring was he just couldn't finish. But he's managed to rectify that problem in the subsequent matches. And he's looking at a 136 here for a 12-dart breaker throw in the opening leg. But the second dart goes a-begging.
112. Michael, you reckon 161.
That's a great start. And centre of the board.
136.
That was a fantastic effort. Using that strategy of starting at the bottom of the board, going top.
Game shot on the
Not
first.
phase at all. As Andreas Harrison, he leads 1-0. Great start from both.
The Swede up and running.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 13 darter. Break a throw. Everything he touches turns to gold right now.
Where is Andreas' ceiling in your mind?
Well, the fact that he's favoured for this group, I mean, is he favoured for the week as well? I mean, I think that's testament to where his game's at right now, and maybe ask Gary Anderson, because I think the biggest compliment was the way he shook his hand at the end, how magnanimous he was. He knew he was involved in an absolute cracker of a game. Yeah, so the fact he's favoured for the week, I think that's testament. Back in the chat room is Henry.
59.
Oh, I like Patrick Poppington. He's my new hero. Hi, Dan.
100.
The best one is this. When Henry cuts onions, the onions cry.
96. Andreas, you reckon 167.
167 for Harrison. He had a 13 in the first. If he pins this, it'd be a 12.
Did you see the little shake of the head there? Because he expected that 167 to go. However, plan B, to leave his beloved double 18.
Well, it'd be 26 starts to complete the first 2 legs if he can pop it first time of asking. And he just has these streaky performances about him, does Andreas Harrison. He pins the double 18. It's 2-0. It's 26 starts. So the first 2 legs is 115.62 the average.
To throw first.
Yeah, I found out the reason for the hat on the back of Michael's shirt.
26.
Burger Army. So in Bedfordshire they go wild singing Burger Army. Thanks, Clyde.
Their big derby day is McDonald's away. They get the badge in.
There it is there. And maybe it can all come on Saturday night if Michael does get through.
59.
Well, I'm going to do some magic, Glenn. You ready for me to do some magic?
Please do, Paul Daniels.
Right, here we go.
180.
This is the QR code that you need. Abracadabra, it's arrived. Scan that and you can be here on a Saturday evening here at the MODUS Super Series. Or alternatively, head over to dartshop.tv where you can obtain your ticket. I'm going to do some more magic, Glenn. And cease to go now.
How did you do that?
Amazing, isn't it? It's just as amazing as his performance from Andreas Harrison, who's averaging 126.09. He's on for a 10-darter. And if he hits the 10-darter here, we could be talking Darryl Pilgrim territory.
81.
Not for the first time I've commentated where we've looked at the record books after 2 or 3 legs for Andreas Harrison. Yeah, the shake of the head. He wanted that.
Game shot in the third.
Still 121.86. Henry goes to his database. The chat room is off, everyone. The database is out. Let's look at the records.
122.69. Darryl Pilgrim 4, Denny Older Coulter 0. August 2023 is the record average. And Harrison, the way he's going here, could well smash all records, smash anything that we've seen before here.
Wow. Just when we thought we saw the best of this group here so far, we said players haven't really seen out the whole matches. We've seen averages round about this, then just go under the average mark. But this is spectacular.
Well, I think it's fair to say that the record average now needs to be done in perfect style. He's going to have to hit a max here and take it out in 11 darts, you feel.
Come on, Callum Vorderman. Is 7 darts enough, or does it have to be 6? Da-da, da-da, da-da-da.
Dun. It's done.
60.
But what a performance it has been. He's averaging 120.20. If he takes out the 161, possibly. So 161 for a performance beyond all compare.
He was the favourite, remember, going into this. So it's no surprise that he's posting massive averages. But when he goes back and he sees his average what it is, he probably won't care a diddly squat about averages. It has been pretty special. Very effective, very efficient. Over to you, Mr. Harrison.
It's by far the best performance we've seen on this stage in 2024. Double 16 for a 4-0 win and a perfect performance from Andreas Harrison. An average of 117.88. It's in the top 5 all-time record averages here at the MODUS Super Series. An incredible performance, the like of which befitting of the favourite to win the group and to win the week. And that is why he is one of the best players in the world without a tour card. 117.88, 4 out of 5 out of the doubles. There was question marks after game 1 surrounding Andreas Harrison. There's no question marks now. He wins 4-0 to end the day in perfect style. Coming up after the break, Connor Scott and Mike Worton have got to try and follow that. Well, try and follow that. Andreas Harrison with a top 5 average here at the Super Series, 117.88. It's tied with the average that Luke Littler put in against Andy Bartons back in July of 2023. What was so impressive about that performance from Luke Littler was that was in a final against the man that would then go on to win a WDF World Championship. And that is the type of territory that Harrison keeps now here at the Super Series, amongst the very, very best to do it here. Top 3 average then for him. Connor Scott looking to get into the top 3 of the group. If he gets a better of Mike Warburton, he will initially hold P3 ahead of the battle between Gates and de Jong to end our first day's action here on the South Coast. What's been your overall assessment of that man in your picture there, Glenn? Connor Scott. It was a chastening opener against Gates, but he is dug in for everything that he's got.
Yeah, and the term dug in, you don't usually associate with Connor Scott because he's such a free-flowing player, and I think he'd be disappointed. I think 4 wins will have been a minimum for Connor Scott because he's that good. Like you say, he's match sharp, fresh from a quarter-final place at the Players' Championships recently is Hildesheim, so I think the fact he went at such the slow start, but hey, I've got to talk about that incredible performance as Connor Scott smacks in another 180. I mean, we've just been spoiled. But 117.88 from Andreas Harrison was...
81.
Well, it was a privilege to commentate it and see it live. I've got the best view right above the heads here in this fantastic new commentary box here, the brilliant MODUS Super Series. And his high, I heard him talking to the referee, Owen Binks, as well. His highest score before that was 113, so he smashed his own personal best.
But he made it look like just another game of darts. 150 for Scott to get the show on the road in this particular contest, but the double 18 goes wide of the wire. Warburton slow out the traps in his first leg. Scott looking for a 13 darter.
59.
That game, by the way, was done in 7 minutes flat, that previous matchup. And Scott played the game before, so he's hardly had any time to really stop. But to be honest, he really wanted to carry on in the vein that he did in the last game because he averaged 92 against Max de Jong, and he leads this one by a leg to nil.
Yeah, 15 darter. Connor Scott, like I said, how do you follow that performance from Andreas Harrison? Well, like I said, my go-to person is Dean Moss for Andreas Harrison, so I'm sure tonight he'll send me some information of the thought process of Andreas, because he just shrugged it off, didn't he? He spoke with our referee and said, "Oh, that's my highest average ever." But you know, how's he feeling inside as you go back to the hotel? You know, he was the favourite for the week, but he goes back to the hotel knowing now he's in the type of form to win this week.
60.
He fashioned as much as a smile.
What was my highest ever average?
100.
At the MODUS Super Series or generally?
Patrick Poppington's right about you.
What about my squeaky voice?
134.
I reckon you've got a nice ton 10 in you.
Thank you very much, boss. In my ears, that.
It's not too bad at all.
Thank you very much.
116.39, in case you're wondering.
Warburton needs something to get him going right now. Absolute roles reversal to Andreas Harrison. He started beautifully well today, did Mike?
Connie requires 76.
But right now, it's looking good for this man. The sniper.
60. Mike require 100.
But that was a blank. This to square up. Tops. This would be so typically Warburton. Double 10. But it doesn't go. He's had some fun abilities on the doubles today, as Warby.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And like I said, just speaking with good friends of his, he's match sharp. I expected that to go. That's awkward. He has to go right to the left now. You might be wondering, surely he can see the open bed. He can only see just below double 11.
No score.
Just crashes into the first two darts. A little look at the finish at Warburton. This is not a gimme. Well, we know he likes the marker, and we know he likes the execution once again, Mike Warburton. But it's more the fact of how frustrated Connor Scott will be right now.
And Connor had another issue when he moved across to the left because of the way he releases the darts. It can be quite a light release, so when you're throwing further away, you may not get the trajectory you want, but he's found the perfect trajectory there to crash in his second max of the match.
60.
Bring on tomorrow. That's what I say.
The first tease of the, what we're going to call the scut leg.
39.
3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s, 3 bullseyes is how he wants to complete a 9-dart leg.
100.
If it happens, the internet will break.
84.
Have you ever trended?
Just now on the chat room. I did actually trend once. I'll talk about it more in the next leg. Scott 98 for 2.
Let's not talk about it at all because no one's interested in me. Here's double 19 with Connor Scott.
79.
Again, just a little bit awkward. Just the way that dart's set up there. You could only see the one side of that double 19. Luckily for him this time, he will be back. And this is where 59. You look at that 3 and 7. You don't want it to go in the 17. But it's a big target area. Plum in the big 3. Double 8. Well, it hasn't been his favourite double in this match so far from Connor Scott, but he leads 2-1.
Connor Scott's wheelhouse has been 92 today. His averages so far on day 1, 85.26, followed by a 92.04, followed by a 95.26 and a 92.19. At this present moment in time, Connor Scott is averaging 92.94.
But for me, what's interesting is checkout ratio, 2 from 13. If he's hitting his doubles, you imagine what that average would be then.
And you have to say that this has been an uncharacteristically off game for Mike Warburton, averaging a measly 82.
And Mike Warburton in the in-play table sits second bottom. Remember, he came out the traps beautifully well.
58.
Everything was looking very rosy. And the total roles reversed for Connor Scott. Remember, he was on 0 points after 2. He sat pretty in third, but my eyes are fixated on Andreas Harrison. And still in awe. That 117 average, it was just a real joy.
And if Scott wins one more leg, that is where Warburton would stay no matter what the outcome of defeat would be. 45. De Jong has made all the headroom in terms of the legs difference in his first couple of games. And because the games that he's lost have been quite tight, he's given himself wiggle room when he takes on Leonard Gates. He could find himself on 6 points at the end of the day. We could have a scenario where it's Harrison 8, Gates 6, Scott 6, De Jong 6. And of course, Warburton, vice versa, the opening happened and De Jong won the last game.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm waiting for another special moment from Leonard Gates. I think he'll go into that match on Max De Jong, who will be delighted on debut.
100. And
I guess that's what happens, Henry, when you've got someone so far detached on 0 points that you're going to get that congested table when, you know, we're looking at 5 players looking for that top spot.
Drop on the last dart isn't as bad if you have to chase down, which is what Warburton did to perfect degree. Leaves himself double 18 to square this game up at 2-2. And Scott
130
looked like he was the main protagonist in this game. He could be reeled back in here. In fact, he will. 2-2 in a game that Scott could have been a couple of legs clearing.
I think we were both surprised, Henry, that a lot of the games were going 4-0. We didn't anticipate that. But at the back end of the day, we're seeing a lot of 4-2s, 4-3s. And don't be surprised if this goes the distance. Power scoring again. His third 180 this match. And like I said, you could have fit another 20 in there.
Scott's averaging in the 90s quite comfortably. 96.18. For some players, you would well, the eyes would pop out and gouge with, but for Connor, it just feels regulation. And that's in keeping with his annual stats. His 12-month average for the year, 91.89. That's pretty much on a par with the Tour average for 2023. And his checkout ratio, 39.61%.
140.
Yeah. One of your favourite players from the old Southampton days, Connor Scott. You know, you often talk about the Graham Ushers, the Jim McEwens, the Kevin Vanessas, etc., etc. And Connor Scott was in that mix.
A player that's learnt from every experience. The first time I met Connor was at the Lakeside a couple of years ago when he came in a short price favourite to win it. And I think maybe that was a tag that came a little bit too soon for him, but he has learnt, he has matured as a player ever since. And we are seeing the fruits of that labour bear here.
Yeah, critical moment here for Mike Warburton. What a huge dart in the context of this match.
96.
Wow. When he let go of that dart, his hand alignment, when he threw that, he thought that was in. Is that the difference between winning and losing in this game? Massive dart this time for Scott, but he's up to the challenge. Fabulous. 60 seconds of darts there. Mike Warburton, treble 17 for the bullseye and a 1-2-1. Hits the wire. And then Connor Scott. And sometimes, Henry, when you hit it with the last dart as well, it really, really hurts your opponent.
They could be daggers to the heart, but Warburton is one of those players that will grind at anything and everything he can get.
Yeah, a real four-pointer of a game, the way they'll see it, these guys, because tomorrow the fixtures are reversed, and the first game of the day for these two is playing against each other. So, the psyche is to have that head-to-head between them. Very, very enjoyable game.
This has genuinely been one of the best Group A Mondays we've ever had outside of a Champions Week. There's only 1 or 2 days I can remember that have been as good as this.
Well, you've got one of the all-time great dart players ever in the comms box, and you got to see this as well, Henry. What a day for 60. You. Silence. I've done it. I've achieved it. I can talk.
Can't speak.
52.
Warburton, 6 darts and 161 to take us all the way to a deciding leg.
I think he'd go for it if he has the chance, Henry.
But the chance has come and it's gone, but he's going to get another opportunity to take us all the way to a deciding leg. One more game to go after this on what has been an absorbing session, but we might get one more leg of this absorbing match. Both players averaging above the 90 mark. But Connor Scott, 3 from 16 on the doubles. He could be home and hose right now. But Mike Warburton is going to get one dart at tops to take us all the way.
24.
Well, it's not to be. And you could see the eyes light up there of Connor Scott. He'd be thinking he's getting at least a dart at tops. He has to stay straight. He does. Just needs to move over, but he can see the open bed. Tops.
59.
Once again, on that desired target, Henry, 40. Dips low.
What's the odds of this being hit dart 2? Double 10.
Well, there's the marker.
This is all I'm on about, because when it lies like that, usually he finds it, but he can't find it. And Scott comes back for the match. He may scurry his way to 6 points after losing his first 2 matches. It's been a day all about resistance for Connor Scott. His head could have so easily have dropped after the first couple of games, but then he found a way to win his last 3, and he puts himself in second position in the table. As for Mike Warburton, it's kind of a day of contrast. He put himself in the early running, but at the end of the day, he finds himself second bottom, 5th position, 2 wins from 5. Coming up after the break, Max de Jong, who's guaranteed now a top 4 finish at the end of the first day's play, is in action up against the soldier Leonard Gates.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And what a morning stroke afternoon we've had. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've seen that incredible performance from Andreas Harrison, averaging over 117 in one of his games. But the quality has been oozing throughout. Some real big hitters playing today. Leonard Gates being one of them. He finishes off the final game here against the debutant Max de Jong, who, as Henry mentioned in the previous game, is guaranteed a top 4 finish on day one. And on debut, in the calibre of competition he has, that's got to be seen as a success. And just Henry, what a fabulous day so far.
I have thoroughly enjoyed every single dart today. It's been real good fun to watch. It's been a pleasure to commentate on, and I hope wherever you're tuning in today, you've enjoyed every single moment of the action. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow morning. We're going to do this all over again, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. And whilst you're there, do drop us a subscribe, because on top of the live action that we bring you 6 days a week, we'll also have highlights of every single session, and I think they might be worth tuning into today, as well as bonus content like the Bullseye Challenge, interviews with the likes of Devon Peterson, which dropped on Friday afternoon. He had a little bit of a natter with Chris Murphy ahead of his campaign here at the Super Series. So plenty of stuff available on the Super Series YouTube channel. Do give it a look. Do give us a subscribe. And by doing so, you can also enter the chat room.
You absolutely love. That's what if I've learned something today, it's number one, Andreas Harrison is banging form right now. I think I've also learned that there's some players there where they're going to be real potential winners for Saturday night. But your love of this chat room supersedes everything, Henry.
I've never had so much love in my life.
85.
Bring back Patrick Poppington, please. Which is not the easiest thing to say after waxing lyrical for 4 hours.
See, isn't saying Robert Wickwood in my voice.
60.
Well, de Jong making the early running against the Gates throw in this first leg. Should be first to a double now.
97.
Yeah, Max was very, very generous. Sent me some lovely information when I seen the list of players. He was the one player I wasn't so sure about.
100.
And he was very generous in the information. And I think when he goes back, I think he's been a real credit to himself and the ADC Europe. And it could still be good, even better.
54.
Oh, that's interesting.
Leonard,
what he's saying to Leonard Gates is, you cannot finish on 140. Over to you, Mr. Gates. Well, there's 60 of them. Double 10.
130.
He fancied it. He basically said, Max de Jong, that he didn't fancy a 3-time seniors TV champion not to take out a ton 40 out. Well, he was just about correct in the end, but he now has to justify that decision by pinning the double 16.
Well, if we've learned something today,
no score.
Max de Jong doesn't often miss doubles.
10.
And Leonard Gates, I think he thought the double 10 was, and I thought it was a raw of come on. But straight for it, much better from Leonard Gates. And, Leonard Gates has been not at his sparkling best today. And then you leave 140s for him. All you're doing is saying to him, and you're going to get that adrenaline rushing through his body, if anything. Well, don't do that against Leonard Gates is what I'd recommend.
And we've seen it when he's won these big titles. He plays at his best when he has a stoke in his fire, when he has a little bit of a bee in the bonnet. He's got to play, as you say, with that 66. Air of an edge, an air of adrenaline. And that would have got the juices flowing.
I mean, we've seen Leonard on the stage. We know he gets better throughout the week as well. And like I said, it's very early in the day. I think Leonard will go and get something to eat and come back and be super refreshed for tomorrow. But I think any player is going to have to be incredibly good, almost immaculate,
60
to overcome Andreas Harrison.
Hey,
come on, Henry. You're sat there giggling, your shoulders are going up. What's going on in your beloved chat room? Come on. The moment's all yours.
Henry Deacon is without doubt my favourite Henry, just losing out to Henry the Hoover.
140.
Anyway, thank you for your contributions. We're going to leave the chat room for today. We'll come back to your contributions tomorrow. Do appreciate it. Chat room fam.
Just the 49 we love Henry's. One more he'd been finished, remember. 170 here for De Jong. We've seen absolutely everything today. And add the big fish to it as well.
Max De Jong.
And he's reeled in. Good God, he looked like Luke Littler there for a second. That was beautiful, Max.
Leonard to throw first.
This is a game littered with a mental edge. In the last leg, De Jong said Gates couldn't take out the 140, and it could have been so easy for the Dutchman to unravel when Gates originally took the leg out. But he then comes back, he fires in the fish, and this game really is being played with an edge, being played with a flair. There's a real psychological battle, this one, you sense, as we head into leg 3.
Yeah, I just see Leonard just playing on, well, dare I say, empty, and he's just trying to find something just to see out today. I think we'll see the better from the American come tomorrow on Wednesday, and something you highlighted, he's used to playing these long games, but, you know, the travel can be difficult. You know, like you say, he had that nightmare journey from Blackpool yesterday, came up the traps beautifully well today.
59.
However, in that sort of mid-area of today, he's looked tired. And like I said, the only time he's had that spark is when Max left that 140 for him.
Well, De Jong has taken out the 170 and the 130 today. So he's taken out the big fish, little fish, and he'll put that highlights package in a cardboard box.
Stop looking at me, David Brent, when you do some sort of pun.
98.
It was good.
$100.
So Gates 116 after 12, indicative of a leg where the scoring's been okay, but somewhere he has had a derivative go wide into the 5.
43. Leonard, you require 160.
Well, he started on the 20s and the 19s on this 116. It's back to the 19s again for double top.
Game shot in the third
And
leg.
he's just playing on routine
Leonard
at the
Gates.
moment. Like I said, he's used to standing there for hours and hours with this rhythmic throw that he has.
Max to throw first.
And like I said, if he can get out of this, finish nicely in second place, it's a sound foundation to start tomorrow. Once again, his first game tomorrow will be against Max. Like I said, we could see Leonard Gates, despite not being at his sparkling best, be sat top.
But how many times have we said that this is what good players do? Sometimes you don't have to play at your best, you just find enough. And that's what Gates is doing here.
Well, it whets the appetite for the big head-to-heads tomorrow. You know, so the Gates versus Harrisons could be
140.
crucial.
And Gates versus Harrison in tomorrow's proceedings will be at bang on the midway point. So both players could have the opportunity to really build up a head of steam. And so that could be crucial to see who will have the ascendancy in the race for the Group A title.
Yeah, we talked to players in Group B and Group C. Are they watching? Probably.
100.
Who do you think, if the winner doesn't come out of Group A, who do you think will be lifting that trophy on Saturday night? Can I just remind you who the spotter is? I'm just trying to lead you on here. Don't
96.
Patrick van den Boogaard here this week.
Nasty. Real horrible man.
Saying that, you said that that player was the most inconsistent player in the history of Modus Super Series once.
57.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Come back to me.
$52.
You're just going through that quiet period again as Leonard Gates.
Max, you require 134.
So many players start on the 17s. His eye line is suggesting he's staying upstairs. That's an area I was talking about in the last match for him. Don't give too much away to your opponent right now. I've made that mistake myself.
40.
I know what it feels like to be
122.
agonised, but all you're doing is just giving Leonard Gates the fuel that he needs to see out this game. It's bullseye for Gates. We know he loves the bullseye.
97.
You get the sense
94.
this is a big play in this match. You sense De Jong has to take out the 94. Otherwise, Gates is going to come back with a couple in hand to break and to make it 3-1. And Gates is going to get that
58.
opportunity to move himself to clear.
Leonard, you require 25.
Normally so solid at this. Like I said, this is not the best version of Leonard Gates. And as Henry alluded to, it's just a case of seeing out this game. It's double 4 this time.
Game shot.
That's what he does, Henry. I think you
Leonard
spotted it
Gates.
very, very early. You see the characteristics of these players, and when Leonard's at his best, he's bouncing around his own, and he's dictating the pace. All he's doing right now is seeing out this game. But Max, you've been absolutely fine today. It's been a lovely debut. Really seeing the positives for you. And he'll come back tomorrow and have another great day. But good times at the moment for Gates.
But do you think the issue for the rest of the group is they've allowed him to get onto 8 points without, apart from the first couple of games, playing at his best?
Yeah, great shout again, Henry. Like I said, we're talking about Harrison as being absolutely
43.
fantastic. Yeah, Gates will go joint top overnight, and very early in the morning he will play a Max. And it's great. I didn't realise the importance when you go back to that players area. There is the league table in there. The importance of being sat at the top. I know, and the total opposite for someone like Michael Bagoy. And you'll see it even gets to a stage where you feel a little embarrassed.
There's a weird scenario where you could potentially have 2 players on 8 points. For one, in the case of Andreas Harrison, they've actually kept him just on 8 points. Whereas Gates, they've let him get to 8 points.
81.
See, you can do good analysis when you want to. Keep off the chat room.
Sorry, fam. I'll do better next time, bro.
Okay, blood.
45.
Who's going to win this game? Gates has got all the aces in our last match of the session.
$93.
We normally interview the players throughout the week as well. I'd be keen to get the thoughts of a Leonard Gates. Like I say, the amount of the disappointment of the seniors, the incredible amount of travelling that he's had to do to be here, and how he was feeling
63.
on day one. Like I said, it's as if he used all that energy very early doors. But listen, for all the negativity, he could be sat on 4 wins out of 5 very quickly, and in a fantastic place to succeed.
100. Max, you require
We've seen it once, Henry.
170.
Surely not.
Well, it'd be his second leg of the game, one on the fish. But it's not going to be done this time. And Gates comes back with steely determination in his eyes. He hasn't had it all his own way at times today.
134.
But 4 wins from 5
Leonard,
would be
you
a
require
very
84.
good return for the Texan. It could be Texas Hold'em at the top of the table. The bullseye would have been an ace way to
59.
finish.
Max, you require 36.
Yeah, he felt he went all in for that tops. Double 18 this time for De Jong.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Max De Jong.
Just keeps hanging on in there. Once again, it's another one of those classic games where the better players leading,
6th leg, it's Max
but the other players just hanging on, feeding on those scraps we've been talking about Max De Jong. And sort of out of nowhere, that was a breaker throw. So the dart of bullseye there for Gates was the first match dart. Is it about to get interesting?
80.
Is the game going to flip-flop in front of our eyes, or can Gates finally get the job done?
Well, it's been far from golden Gates, but like I say, a real sign of the quality of the man.
He would have seen that opening score of 80 from De Jong, and he would have thought 2 treble visit just to really apply the pressure. But De Jong isn't making any headway in this leg. And Gates now can really seize the initiative against the throw.
Yeah, at his best, it'd be quite mesmeric.
40.
As Leonard Gates, there's a bit of movement there, but you can clearly see he's not happy with the game there. He's shaking his head, which he doesn't often give too much away.
Do Do you think tomorrow's going to be a different story for Leonard? Do you think we're going to see a better version of him?
More re-energised, I think.
30.
I think he'll probably. I think he likes his food, so he'll probably go and have about 3 mixed grills and then come back at his best tomorrow.
You're going to dinner together then, Glenn?
That's your 5th dig
60.
at me.
You tried to get me sacked earlier.
No, there was only 49, so you've kept your job.
$100.
I will be back tomorrow. Me and Glenn will be back tomorrow. But how much darts have we got left to see today?
$36.
Yeah, Gates will not want to go the final. He will have the darts. He's still a favourite for this match. But what Max de Jong is good at is just sort of hanging in there and then just finding that winning double at the end. He's got real
57.
fighting qualities, the young man. Should start in the 19s on 265. Well,
139.
I won't say too much there because anyone knows a single 20 there would have left the bogey number.
1-2-6 then for the match for Leonard Gates. De Jong can only apply pressure. It's been a real scrappy sixth leg. Both players have known the significance of it, but De Jong with that 140 has left himself on a 2-darter.
And Max de Jong there, just a beautiful final dart there. It's bullseye again, second match dart.
90. Max requires.
But a good leave. Yeah, Max will start again on the 16s on this 64. Finish that player's love. Like I said, he's had his moments on double 8. Little selfie there from Leonard Gates. Double 8, big moment.
56.
And so Gates, to get the job
Leonard
done, he's had to toil a little bit in this game, but if he pins a double 18, he'll have a 4 wins from 5 ratio at the end of the first day's play.
18.
But it's not to be. Not yet, anyway.
Max should require 8.
Max de Jong, with 3 darts in his hand on a double, has been good today. However, the pressure is ramped up a little bit. Final game of the day. Nervy second dart.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
And he just seems to
Max
find
de
it.
Jong.
And a little bit of emotion as well from Max. There's the eyebrows. Just double checking there to see whose dart it is.
Leonard to throw first.
Leonard is still the favourite for this game, but interesting dynamic now, Henry.
Is it fair to say the last game of the day has been the first cagey game of the day?
I mean, I think we've had a couple of cagey games, and that's what you want to see. But I tell you what, that's an interesting 3 darts. A score of 28. Leonard Gates had pretty much had this wrapped up. He's had a match dart. He's had a couple of match darts on the bullseye. But Max de Jong seems to win these types of games.
To the max.
180.
Is De Jong once again finding a way of winning a game?
100.
I think the big winner here would be Andreas Harrison if Leonard Gates doesn't get over the line. Like I said, Leonard looks like he's playing on empty. Look at the focus and steely determination in the eyes of Max de Jong right now.
95.
And my favourite dart there was the last one. It wasn't the treble.
It's been a hard day's work, but it'll be a day's graft
99.
well worth it for Max de Jong if he can come out of this with 6 points. It would put him effectively joint second in the table. 3 players tied on 6 points behind Andreas Harrison on 8. And remember, this is the first game tomorrow, so things could completely reverse.
56.
We'll see a different version of Leonard Gates in the morning. That is 100% for sure. But right now, he is totally up against it.
Could De Jong bookend the game with big fish finishes? He won his
85.
first leg with the
Max require
170.
107.
Doesn't have to end the game on the 170. But could you? Could you? The bullseye. Almost.
And it wasn't a case where, shall I lay up? That part of his brain was just saying to him, 2 170s in the match. And like I said, if you'd have offered him 2 darts at a double to win the match at the beginning, he's just gathering his thoughts there. Leonard just going through exactly what he needs. This might suit Max because that adrenaline will be flowing right now. Big moment for the young Dutchman.
And Gates has left himself a double to win it. To make it 3 wins from 5 on his debut day. He has worked hard for everything. He has grafted away. Double 10. Doesn't go, and Gates will come back to make it 4 from 5. He got off to the perfect start. He had a little bit of a wobble in the middle of the session, but he will finish the day with 4 wins. And Leonard Gates is joint top of the table going into the second day's play. He gets the better of Max de Jong in a last leg decider by 4-3. An intriguing battle to end the day's play. De Jong had a couple of match darts himself, but it is Gates who gets over the line in an intriguing contest. Both players have a ton plus out. It's Gates who wins it in a last leg decider by 4-3. Myself and Glenn are going to make our way over to the studio to assess all of the action on the other side of this short break.
Well, we gave today the big build-up, didn't we? And boy, has it delivered. An intriguing afternoon's worth of action. This is what we've seen so far. And there's 2 dominant forces at the top of the group. Andreas Harrison and Leonard Gates, the 2 players to be feared as far as this group is concerned. Both winning 4 from 5 on their opening day's play. What an afternoon we have enjoyed. And we've enjoyed it in the company of the 3-time Lakeside champion, the former Premier League winner, Glenn Dowen. And Glenn, there's only one place to start, and that is Andreas Harrison, 117.88, the joint 3rd highest average in the history of this competition.
Yeah, it was an absolute joy. It was a real joy to sit in that commentary box. I mean, we could see it overhead. We could see the staggering numbers, you know, the clinical finish in there. It was an extremely good performance. I mean, he's started the day with missing all those doubles in the first one. A lot of players, the head can go down, but one of the strengths and characters of that man is the fact that he doesn't. He's just chatting to the referee there to say that 117.88 was your average there, Andreas, of which he responded, well, that's my highest ever. My highest was 113. A good guy, wonderful performance.
He's always been a player that we've associated with a very high ceiling, and every single time he comes here, he gets better and better. And when you think of some of the highs he had before, that gets scary with every visit here.
Yeah, it does. He's getting better, like I said, and to see him on the Euro Tour producing the goods, no surprise to the MODUS Super Series fans, because we know, you know, the fact he's maybe getting a little bit older, but we just know he's going to get better. And this treble 20 double 18 here was just another indication. It was a demolition job of Leonard Gates, and not many people do that to Leonard.
Most certainly so. Andreas Harrison, the man top of the pile, and he is joined there by Leonard Gates, who at times was spectacular, but at times had to graft.
Well, you said 2 dominant forces, but how different they'll go back to the hotel rooms now, because I think Andreas goes back very happy, but This man nowhere near his best. He loves a bullseye. We know that. We know how good the guy has been, so dominant in the North American circuit, so dominant as a world senior as well. But I tell you, he was running on empty. How important was that last win over Max de Jong? Because you know, Max had darts at that double top, but they looked a little snatchy from Max on debut. I think the realisation kicked in very much near the end. Gates got to win 8 points, but by hook or by crook.
We've spoken about the big scoring. We have to talk about the big finishing. Let's begin with the Warburton 161. What kind of day do you think he'll feel like he's had when he's put his head on his pillow?
Well, when you have a great start and a poor ending, I think you'll go back and you'll just remember the ending. And I mean, I'm sharing accommodation with him, so I might even find out about him. I think he'll go back disappointment. There was good times there, lovely little reaction to the camera there on that 161. Didn't even consider setting it up, despite the fact it was 3-3. However, I think his overriding will be slight disappointment.
And then the biggest finish of the lot in that last game from Max de Jong. Big finishes, big results, good first day.
Yeah, he's on debut. Like I said, we didn't see any sparkling average from him, but I saw enough from him of why he's the ADC qualifier. A good guy, and then, like I say, that 170 there, just, you know, look at the reaction. That's what Luke Littler effect is doing on people there. That's your first thing you think of on that 170, and good on him.
Connor Scott, how do you think he's going to assess his day? Because it's felt like at points he's ran into some, but then didn't let those opening 2 defeats drag him down.
I think he'd be slightly disappointed, but in hindsight, he's in the mix. Those head-to-heads with Andreas Harrison tomorrow and Leonard Gates are now massive for Connor Scott. Yeah, he'll have to be immaculate from here. He might have to win every single game the way Andreas is playing, and the fact that Leonard Gates will come back tomorrow better.
Let's have a look at the table then following the first day's play. And as you can see, Andreas Harrison and Leonard Gates both lead the way on 8 points. Connor Scott lost his first 2, won his last 3. And as you can see, de Jong, Warburton in 4th and 5th. Michael Bagoy is going to look to get his first win tomorrow. So looking ahead to tomorrow, Glenn, are we expecting more of the same from Andreas Harrison?
Oh, definitely. I don't think there's much deviation there, but it might be a big statement in the fact I'm sharing a room with him as well, so sharing accommodation with him as well. But already I see it as a bit of a 3-horse race. It's very early to see that. And the Michael Bagoy sort of, the fact he's so far detached now, you're going to get that very interesting crunch up of players there. But I do see the winner of the group come from Harrison, Gates or Scott.
Don't know about you, Glenn, but I've really enjoyed today.
Well, the pace of the games, very early, some big 4-0 victories. Every time we looked up, someone was averaging over 100. So we've had incredible quality, a bit of tension at the end as well. And like I said, shut all that in a mixing bowl, and we're going to have a fascinating conclusion.
I'll tell you what, it's that good. Shall we do it again tomorrow?
With you.
Cheers, Glenn. Thank you for your company, and thank you for your company as well. Really do appreciate it. We're going to be back same time tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel, as moving day could be really intriguing. And at the top of the table, well, Andreas Harrison, the Super Swede, averaging 117. How about that?